Good morning to you. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There's new information about a robbery that took place at Green Hills Mall last week. Now, we reported that a man carrying shopping bags to his car was robbed by another who eventually jumped into a waiting Tesla and took off. Well, WSMV4's Courtney Allen is reporting now that there was court testimony yesterday from detectives who said they found the shopper's Louis Vuitton bags in the trunk of the getaway car.
The suspect, Omari Moore, admitted to being a passenger in that car that ultimately crashed close to the mall. But when officers talked to him after, police say that Moore wouldn't give any detail about where he was coming from. The driver of the car was found shot and killed. Moore told officers someone shot at them while they were driving. People who live in that area say it's a reminder to stay alert.
Growing up, my mom always said be aware of the things going on around you, and so I make sure to make eye contact and make sure people know that I know they're around me.
Police say they are testing fingerprints on a gun that was found about 20 yards away from the Tesla.
Now, the shopper has been identified as 31-year-old Genesis Denton. Police say he has an Illinois driver's license and was driving a rented car, but he hasn't come forward to police just yet. Nashville Electric Service agreeing now to take care of damages caused to residences after a power surge. This happened along the Steinbach Avenue area of East Nashville at the end of January when a transformer blew out, frying appliances in about a dozen homes. NES initially refused to help replace those appliances, saying the surge was caused by lightning. But after being presented evidence that there was no lightning in that area at that time, NES has now agreed to help those residents.
We collectively got together, and they realized they were under the gun. You know, they couldn't fight the whole neighborhood. But if I would call them individually, they could just push me away, and what am I going to do? So I went from them denying everything to saying they're going to take care of it.
Now, that man said he used data from the National Weather Service and from Channel 4's weather team to prove that there was no lightning and that their fried appliances were caused by the transformer fire. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Wall Street indexes fell in midweek trading. The Dow was down 225 points at Wednesday's closing. The S&P 500 shed 17 points, and the Nasdaq gained 6 points. Discouraging inflation news drove losses. The Labor Department reported consumer prices rose 3% since January last year. Persistent inflation is expected to discourage the Federal Reserve from making further interest rate cuts this year. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau told reporters in Brussels that President Trump's tariffs on Canadian steel will lead to job losses in the U.S. Trump has announced 25% tariffs on imported steel and aluminum and threatened a wider tariff on all imports from Canada. Dave Packer, ABC News.
That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. We've got one accident reported so far this morning, and that's on the westbound side of 24. It's right at Haywood Lane, exit 57. Police are saying it may cause a bit of a delay. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
We talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you are doing well. There is a lot to talk about, including at 5:35. What exactly, Joan, is a musty moo-moo?
A what?
A musty moo-moo. We're going to talk about that at 5:35. KGB and I are trying to figure this out.
I thought you made it up at first. I was very confused.
Is it what you're wearing when you come out of the underground storage unit where they're doing all the retirement stuff for the federal government?
It's not what's all over your body when you come out of that mine in Pennsylvania. No, we'll talk about it at 5:35 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Also, you know what I would like to do? I would like to, by the way, find us on YouTube. We are right there. That's how I'd like you to watch the show, is on YouTube. Take our Daily Dan poll. Today, the Daily Dan poll, and I'm going to get into this in a little bit more detail here in a bit. But basically, I covered in the last couple of days, Donald Trump has basically announced that he wants to negotiate with Iran. And my whole point has been with Donald Trump is I respectfully disagree with him. I don't believe that you should negotiate with terrorists. So the poll question, the Daily Dan poll question is, Jeff, how exactly did we word the poll?
Yeah, so do you agree that President Trump should negotiate with Iran, yes or no?
All right, so there you go. And it's basically you either want to negotiate with terrorists or you don't. And I do understand. For me, this is one of those points where I disagree with Donald Trump, although he has also signed an executive order putting a lot of pressure on Iran as well. So we'll talk about that in greater detail here in a little bit. Senator Bill Hagerty was on Murphy's show yesterday, and he had a lot to say about a lot of different things. He is announcing, of course, that he is running for re-election for Senate, but he also had this to say about Doge.
This Doge initiative is completely common sense. Elon Musk has gone in and made major transformational changes in other corporations. You think about Twitter. He went in and completely turned it around, did it with a fraction of the staff. You think about what he's accomplished with SpaceX. You think about these launches that he's been able to do. I went with Elon to a launch recently. He told me that he went from just bare ground to the point that he's built all of that infrastructure there and is able to catch a rocket on the way back down in 5 years. Do you think NASA could do that? Do you think the Chinese or the Russians could do that? Absolutely not. So the fact that President Trump has turned to someone like Elon, I think, just underscores the fact he wants the best and the brightest people helping him, and they are going to town, as they like to say, in Washington.
Yes, they are. Now, yesterday's White House press briefing was absolutely epic. Remember yesterday, we spoke about how you got a lot of these folks on the left, and they are hyperventilating. As the senator said yesterday, heads are exploding in Washington, D.C., because of what Elon Musk is doing. And so you have a lot of people, it's like their strategy, the Democrats, their strategy changes by the day, right? So they'll say, well, this is not constitutional. Then they'll say he's not being transparent. Then they'll say that he's not qualified, right? So they keep changing their strategy because nothing is working. And so yesterday, I played you the audio, a couple of different pieces of audio where folks on the left, including Anderson Cooper, where they're saying, okay, well, wait a minute. So Elon Musk, he's saying that he's making all of these cuts. They're talking about and giving examples, they say, of waste, fraud, and abuse. But where's the proof? And so Caroline Leavitt yesterday brings the receipts. She was asked about the transparency of Doge because, again, you got all these people on the left saying, well, they're basically accusing Elon Musk and Donald Trump of lying, of not being transparent. And so Caroline Leavitt said, okay, well, I've got the receipts.
Because I think it's a real fallacy that there's this alleged lack of transparency when it comes to Doge. President Trump and Elon Musk have been incredibly transparent on what Doge is doing. There is an X account with the Doge handle. They are tweeting out what they are doing on a daily basis. They have a website where they are posting the receipts of the contracts that they are reviewing and the payments that they have stopped from going out the door. The secretaries of our departments have stopped from going out the door. As for the actual receipts,
she goes
we are
on
happy to provide them, and I
on.
actually
Listen to this.
brought some today because all of you know I love to bring the receipts. We have contracts upon contracts.
She actually has
that we
pieces
can
of paper
send
that
to
she's
provide
holding up.
information to you. Let me be very clear. We are not trying to hide anything. We have been incredibly transparent, and we will continue to be.
Yep.
These are screenshots of contracts that Doge found across our government. This is a DEI contract.
And you can find all of those
$36,000
at the Doge X feed. You can find those online at the White House website as well. I mean, the transparency is all over the place. And so for all of the leftist media saying, oh, they're not being transparent, they're lying. They're really not. I mean, if you just go to Elon Musk's Twitter feed, if you go to Doge's X feed, it's all right there. Now, did you know that John Lovett and John Favreau from the Obama administration, they have actually come out now and admitted that they should have done what Donald Trump is doing, what Elon Musk is doing. Now, there's this podcast. It's called Pod Save America. And they're a bunch of old Obama cronies, a bunch of old Obama people. And they're a bunch of Democrats. And they're talking about how, as progressives, they're looking at what Elon Musk is doing, and they're saying, you know what? Donald Trump is actually doing a really good job of getting stuff done.
He is moving so fast. They are doing a lot. It's not just the perception of it. They hit the ground running in a serious way. It's like genuinely impressive in a dark and sinister way, but it's nonetheless impressive. And if you're turning on the news every day and hearing about all these different things Trump is doing and all the different criticisms coming out of it, you may not like all of it, but like in comparison to how people felt about Joe Biden being basically absent, I imagine for a lot of people, it's a welcome change.
Yeah. And by the way, there's so many, when you've got the Democrats and they're complaining about how there's no transparency going on with Trump and Elon Musk and Doge, that is complete and utter BS, because you do know that we are coming off of 4 years of the least transparent administration, I believe, ever. Everybody knew that Joe Biden, and I'm not going to go backwards, but everybody knew that Joe Biden was basically a walking empty chair, right? I mean, everybody knew that. Yet they never admitted it. If you were a conservative, if you were a talk show host, if you were simply watching the administration, if you were reading what the Wall Street Journal and others were reporting about how Joe Biden simply was not fit for office, and yet day after day after day, you had the Democrats and Karine Jean-Pierre and the rest of these folks saying, oh, yeah, we can't keep up with President Biden. Right. These are the same people that are now screaming about a lack of transparency with the Trump administration. It is crazy. The lack of self-awareness alone is breathtaking. And so these Obama guys, these old Obama guys are looking at what Trump is doing, and they're saying, you know what? He's actually doing a really good job. In the news today, Fox News, Trump administration rescinds $80 million plus in that New York City migrant funding. Again, something that Doge found and Elon Musk found, and all of the receipts are all right there. And now the Trump administration is, as they like to say, clawing that money back, taking that money back because the American people would never approve of housing all of these illegal aliens and paying way over what those rooms typically would go for. If I read it correctly, those illegal aliens there in New York City, they were paying double for these really fancy 4- and 5-star rooms that you and I could not afford. So every single day, there's another story of winning with Donald Trump. And you know who's losing? The Democrats and the progressives. And these guys from the Obama administration, Pod Save America, they're admitting that right now the Democrats look incredibly weak. I've got more of that great audio coming up. It is 5:16 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Thursday, February 13th of 2025. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Well, we're looking at an accident on the westbound lanes of 24 this morning. Police say it's right there at Haywood Lane, exit 57. But not a big delay around that, and looks like 65 and 40 are moving well as well this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Think of Joan, weather today, a high of 44, clouds in the morning, sunny by this afternoon. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. And so, yeah, these progressive Obama guys on Pod Save America, they get it. I mean, so far, Doge has saved, I don't know, I've seen anywhere from $350 billion to $1 trillion. I have no idea. It just depends on who you listen to. But it's also, more than just nipping and tucking these expenditures here and there. It's what the money is being spent on. That's also a big part of the conversation. I have said forever, the debt, the deficit, it is killing us. But beyond all of that, it is what the money is being spent on. While folks in Western North Carolina remained homeless, or they were staying in, hotels, and you had the Biden administration and FEMA extending their stay for a day or two at a time. They've got all these illegal aliens, $80 million staying in 4- and 5-star hotel rooms. And so, yeah, it's not only the debt and the deficit, but it's also what that money is being spent on. And so for all the stories of how much was spent on DEI and regime change that has been exposed through USaid, propaganda peddling across America as well, the border was left unprotected. We were spending all of this unaccountable money in Ukraine, and these leftists from Pod Save America, they get it.
The energy, and he's signing things, and he's affecting all that. I think that is playing extraordinarily well.
It's like you don't want to seem like you're opposed to government efficiency, but obviously now they're just rampaging through like the government Venmo and shutting it off left and right.
I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just lamenting our situation.
Me too. No, I love it. I felt the same way because I've seen the messaging memos, and it's like...
Yeah, you know what it's like? It's like, what the American people are seeing. We are seeing Elon and Donald Trump getting things done, and you Democrats, you're dying on the vine, screaming and acting like absolute fools. I mean, we are. We're laughing at the Democrats, at you Democrats, you, Pod Save America, you guys. From Maxine Waters to those ridiculous union members yesterday.
Which side are you on?
It is just silly. I mean, meantime, day after day after day, we hear the savings. Yesterday, Doge announced a total of $150 million in categories related to media, DEI, and consulting. And yes, they are posting the receipts. There's a meme, and it is absolutely true. Doge is not coming after your money. They're coming after the people stealing your money. Elon Musk has actually now posted, I don't know if he's serious or not, but he's actually considering investigating Elizabeth Warren and her wealth. Remember yesterday, I played you that audio. It's great audio, by the way, where he said, how is it that some people within Washington, D.C. make a couple $100,000 a year, but they're multimillionaires?
The young people, Gen Z, they like Doge and what Elon's doing because, they see government as sclerotic and inefficient, and they like the move fast and break things ethos, and they want to get stuff done, and they like the results. And it's like, yeah, Yes, of course, we all want that. We all know that government is slow. We all know that government can be inefficient. We all know that the bureaucracy can be bloated. We all worked in the White House. We tried to reorganize the government. We tried to find efficiency. It's hard to do.
And honestly, some of this is pretty annoying because it's some of the stuff we should have done.
Right, yeah.
You could do some of this.
They are admitting, these guys are from the Obama administration, and they are admitting that they are annoyed because these are things that they should have done. So I do like how he says that Trump and the Republicans, they are running around and breaking things. Because isn't that what the Democrats said that they wanted to do? It is. I remember Kamala Harris and some of these folks on the left. We're going to run around and we're going to break things. Really? Latest, by the way, from Doge. Apparently, the Department of Defense, did you hear this? The Department of Defense paid Reuters $9 million for what is being described as a large-scale social deception, otherwise known as propaganda. Unbelievable. So, it's like every day. We like to say that Donald Trump is winning, but really, it's America who's winning. It's the American people who are winning because our money is ultimately, eventually, once Elon Musk gets done, our money will be going to things that actually benefit the American people and not all of these foreign governments across the world. It is 5:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 5:30. Joan.
Yep, President Trump starts the hard work of negotiating peace in Ukraine. Also, what the EPA administrator says he found after taking a deep dive into that agency's finances. Those stories and more coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
6:36. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Got a lot going on today. So watch us on YouTube and be sure and subscribe and like the channel. And recommend it to your friends, won't you? But our Daily Dan poll question is about Donald Trump and this comment regarding Iran.
There's two ways of stopping them, with bombs or with a written piece of paper. And I'd much rather do a deal that's not going to hurt them. And I think they wanted to. I think that Iran is very concerned. I think that Iran is very frightened, to be honest with you, because their defense is pretty much gone. I think Iran would love to make a deal, and I would love to make a deal with them without bombing them.
So the question, of course, is how do you stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon? Now, if you do a deal, as Donald Trump says, does that not make them stronger? And then the next terror attack by Hamas or Hezbollah is on Donald Trump and not Joe Biden. And see, it's not just about nuclear weapons. It's also about Israel and these terror attacks abroad and possibly at home as well. Because, okay, so we don't want them to have a nuclear weapon, but if we negotiate with them and we allow Iran to be stronger, well, you can't trust them because they're terrorists. And so Caroline Levitt was asked this question yesterday, and basically he's asking the questions that I had.
What gives the president any confidence that Iran will come to the table? And B, more fundamentally, why is the president interested in doing a deal with Iran instead of doing everything he can, perhaps short of U.S. military intervention, to try and hasten the end of what many of his own supporters regard as an evil regime?
Right, because, okay, you can make sure that they don't have nuclear weapons and so forth, but if you negotiate and you allow them to, I'm just going to say you lift some sanctions, you allow them to sell oil on the open market, these kinds of things, well, then you're allowing their economy to stabilize, which means that they have more money to fund Hamas and Hezbollah. That's the point. And so now, what did the White House say? Full context, Donald Trump has maximized pressure, of course, as you know, on Iran, enforcing sanctions and so forth. But Caroline Levitt, she had a good answer to that, sort of.
Well, the president has made it very clear that he will never allow Iran to have nuclear capabilities. That is a red line that he has drawn, and he will not allow that to happen. But you asked why President Trump wants to make a deal. I would remind you, he's the master of the art of the deal. He is America's deal maker in chief. He leads from a position of securing peace through strength. And I think time and time again already, in just 4 weeks, we have seen the president being able to negotiate successful deals with our partners, our adversaries all around this world.
All right, so look, I'm just a simple talk show host, all right? So it does seem to me, though, that anything other than crushing Iran economically would be too much of a capitulation. Gives Iran the ability to rebuild their economy. They are terrorists and they want us dead. They want Israel dead as well. And just so you know that I know, there is a difference between Iran's regime and the people of Iran. Many people, including actually Benjamin Netanyahu, have said that Iran's people are a friend to America. But I'd still be very wary of trusting Iran. So the Daily Dan poll very quickly is Donald Trump right to want to negotiate with Iran? And KGB, you're watching the numbers?
Yes, it's actually one of our closer ones. 53% say no and 47% say yes.
All right, so go take the Daily Dan poll and watch us on YouTube. And right now we have the news with Joe and Jones right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It's overcast this morning and 39 degrees, so on the chilly side. We'll check out the forecast and your traffic as well coming up right after the news. President Trump spoke with both Vladimir Zelensky and Vladimir Putin yesterday in a first round of talks to end the war in Ukraine. ABC's Tom Soufi-Burridge on whether Trump can bring about long-lasting peace.
Ukraine, the key issue, the crux of this, is what are the security guarantees in a potential deal that would mean that we wouldn't have a repeat of history, that we wouldn't have Vladimir Putin freezing the war once again, like he did in 2015, 2016, and then coming back a few years later. And I think at the moment it's just unclear what those security guarantees could be.
Now, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has said any forces on the ground to keep peace after Russia withdraws would come from Europe, not from the U.S. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin says his team has located $20 billion in money that the Biden administration purposely wasted. Zeldin said he uncovered a video circulated 2 months ago in which a Biden appointee talked about, quote, tossing gold bars off the Titanic before Inauguration Day. Well, Zeldin says he found the money parked in an outside institution, a bank, and he's calling for the money to be returned and for any government agreement with that bank to be terminated. Well, school vouchers are now a state law. Governor Lee signing the Education Reform Act yesterday. He also spoke with a bunch of school kids standing behind him.
I learned a long time ago that education changes the trajectory of a child's life forever. And today, we put in place a piece of legislation that will change the future of Tennessee forever.
That law will grant 20,000 taxpayer-funded scholarships for families to use to pay for private school. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, in Antioch on 24 westbound at Haywood Lane, exit 57, police report an accident there. But one of our super texters, Joe, says that that's actually a wreck on the off-ramp to Haywood Lane, about 100 yards down from the off-ramp. And he says it's really not causing a big delay there. So thanks to Joe, our super texter. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, so next time I get angry at Joan or KGB, I'm going to call you a musty moo-moo. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call you a musty moo-moo.
To find out what this is.
It is Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. So the Democrats, they literally cannot do anything right. So yesterday, now we all had fun with the Whose Side Are You On song. I'm not going to play it today. Had a full-on revolt. Murphy Show played it like yesterday. Ouch. I don't know about Chad or Chris, but Murphy Show played it. It was almost like he played a remix, so it was like a longer version. And so I'm going to spare you folks today. But that became a national joke. That became a national joke. Maxine Waters and all these other lunatics screaming at the top of their lungs, they're becoming national jokes. So yesterday, a Democrat by the name of Emmanuel Cleaver decides that he's going to take the microphone and he's got a message for Elon Musk.
Because I want to send a message to somebody. Elon, take your musty millions and musty Moscow rights to the moon. Because if you don't, we're going to stand up, we're going to speak out, we're going to march, we're going to do anything we need to do to make sure that the people of this country understand that the CFPB is for them. You get your musty hands off of our money or go to Moscow, you musty moo.
Now, the funny thing about this, if you watch the video, like, everybody is patting him on the back like, you know.
Good job.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
I was unaware it was a Biden moment he had. It wasn't. I don't think it was supposed to be a movement. His brain stopped and he just kept going.
Yeah, I don't know what.
You musty moo.
He was trying to say something and just ended up going moo just popped out. That wasn't what he was originally going to say.
It was like he had his own little Danurism.
You musty moo.
So I'm trying to. Dan, in your defense, your Danurism doesn't sound like you had a stroke.
No.
Yeah.
You're right.
Most times.
Of course, thanks, Joan. You musty moo.
What? Why the word musty? What was
That's
that
what
all
I don't
about?
understand.
Maybe he's supposed to say musky, like musky.
Yeah, okay.
I'm trying to give this guy the benefit of the doubt. I honestly can't.
KGB's on the right track.
Yeah.
Like, okay, what was going through his head? Why is he calling him musty?
Yeah, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
Because musty is like
smelly.
Right.
Like not formaldehyde, but I don't understand.
That's why I initially thought it had something to do with being in the mine where the federal workers are working on retirement stuff.
He was going to say a big bomb and he just didn't know where he was going with it.
He had a great voice for it though.
Well, you know what, these guys, they go into preacher mode.
Yeah, yes.
And I'm sorry, but it's annoying as all get out.
Yeah.
But you know what? So when they shank the end,
you musty moo.
Musty moo.
So close. That's in his head. He's like, oh man, that's so close to making that perfect.
They can't. But here's the funny thing is, like, everything they try to do just falls so flat. And I mean, I love watching it. You know, you have Donald Trump, you've got Elon Musk, you've got all of these folks on the right, and they don't even have to shut down the Democrats. They do a good enough job of shutting themselves down.
You musty moo.
So, you know, whatever. Emmanuel Cleaver, congratulations, nailed it.
So why is it that they're out there doing these very performative, public-facing things like being at the microphone and all the media there to see them instead of working with Doge, working to help root out? I mean, I think everybody feels that way. What are they doing?
Well, a couple of things about old Reverend Cleaver there is that, first of all, he was talking about the CFPB, I think it is.
Yeah.
And he said, keep your hands off of our money. Yeah. And he's talking about, the government. And it's like, I would actually correct him and say, no, that's not your money. That's the money of the American people.
Yeah.
And so the whole point of Doge is we're finding out what people like him and Maxine Waters and Elizabeth Warren and the Democrats and Joe Biden have been doing over the last 4 years. And frankly, this has been going on for a long time with Republicans in charge as well. I mean, the point is that Trump brought in a guy who knows how to find it. One of the things that is in the news today, I guess, some of these knucklehead Democrats, they're talking about how Elon Musk either isn't qualified or he's not a professional auditor. He is bringing in artificial intelligence to root this stuff out. Because part of what's happened in the past is you have these auditors that will come in, but the swamp knows how to hide stuff. And they know how to, rename things and recalculate things and move money, hide money, and so forth. And the NGOs, and we've got big news with the NGOs here in the news cycle this morning. I've got it for you. But Elon comes in with his, his nerd tribe, his nerd posse, and they just root all this stuff out. And so to answer your question, Joan, the reason why they're taking to the streets is because they've got nowhere else to go.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
They're trying to get the people back on their side, and it's not working. But I do have a text line from Ken, who is from Kansas City, where the Cleaver guy is from. He was going to say musty MF, but he knew, apparently that's his language back down there. He has a bad mouth. So he's probably going to say MF and then just, oh, wait, I can't say it. I got to change it.
You mustard moo, moo, moo.
You can hear the moo in there, like as in, you know what I mean?
No, because MF is ma, and he goes moo.
No, you can say
you can't say moother blanker.
Well, I think he was saying, and then he realized, I think right at the M, he realized I can't say that. Because apparently, again, what Ken said, Kansas City, where the beloved Cleaver is from, I guarantee you he was going to say that, and then he realized he had to continue pretending he's religious.
All right.
That's what Ken said.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Very quickly, Anna Paulina Luna. Have you heard what she said?
No, what?
Joan? Talking about she is now going to be in charge of the task force on the declassification of federal secrets, including the JFK and Epstein files. And this is what she says about JFK.
What's your priority list? Because Epstein, 9/11.
Our first investigation will be announced, but it's going to be covering on a thorough investigation into the John F. Kennedy assassination. And I can tell you, based on what I've been seeing so far, the initial hearing that was actually held here in Congress was actually faulty in the single bullet theory. I believe that there were two shooters, and we should be finding more information as we are able to gain access into the SCIF, hopefully before the files are actually released to the public.
Oh, snap.
So Grassy Knoll might be real.
Well, I've said all along, we talked a while back about conspiracy theories that we believe are true. For years, I have said that there were two shooters, just because I believe it. And now maybe they'll have the evidence to prove that there was a cover-up. I would like to know who that second shooter was and who were they working for.
Yeah.
And
why
obviously, Arlen Specter and others insisted that this was a single bullet. Why? Why would they do that?
I mean, we've seen,
because they're covering up something up.
Yeah. I mean, that video of him, the Recruiter film, that has been played. Everyone in America has seen that. I don't care how old you are. Like everyone, and so many things you can easily say there's two shooters. And I mean, I don't want to go into detail of looking at the video, but just you can make these because I don't know. It's hard to talk about because it's so gruesome that clip, but. when he gets hit, like it's coming out here. So
Yeah.
there's obviously here, but also he gets hit here, and then someone else gets hit in the front of him, and like the bullet can't reach that
Well,
far. and
there's the magic bullet theory.
yeah.
And if I remember right, and it's been a minute since I looked at the Zapruder film, but his head goes back.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Right.
So you can easily say, but also how bullets work, you can easily say it came out like from the front, or it can come from the front as well. Like there's multiple ways that the head can do that.
Yep.
So
yep. Very quickly, Joan, you blew my mind this morning. You mentioned something about Galentine's Day.
Yeah.
You went to a Galentine's Day thing, and you were like flummoxed that I had no idea what you had no
Clueless
idea
about Galentine's Day. How does that happen? It's
I don't know.
I'm assuming it's in Gallatin.
no.
No, but
You don't know either, huh?
But better watch it, KGB. She's going to call us up.
You muster moo moo moo.
Yeah, you musty moo-moos.
So
how do
what-
you not know about Galentine's? So Galentine's is when the gals get together and have a Valentine's dinner, an event.
Sans husbands and
Correct.
boyfriends?
Yeah, it's just
The ones that are
girls.
single.
Yeah. No.
Oh,
No.
okay. We're leaving the women out that are single. Very nice of you, Joan.
But I mean, single women can come if they'd like, but it's just, the girls.
It's
like
all the girls getting together without the men so that you can spend an entire meal, especially after the wine starts flowing, and you can start bagging on the men in your life. Let's be
Well-
honest. That's what it is all about.
No, I mean, this one was not.
She's laughing because she knows it's true.
No, this was actually a Bible study group, girls getting together.
Okay.
Because it's the women's Bible study group, and so the women get together.
So when does the how many bottles do you go through?
None.
Dan, I'm looking at you, and that's not true. I'm calling Joan out right now. That's not true.
There weren't any.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. Bottles of wine is what I meant. You meant water. I meant wine.
I believe Joan. And just because I know women
'Cause
can be
it's
really
safe.
mean. Yes, that's exactly right. I've got to deal with her all day. Anyway.
Yeah, so that happened last night. It was a lot of fun.
All right.
The group
Very
of girls
good.
in Murfreesboro,
So
yeah.
do dudes get together and do the same thing?
No.
I've never gotten together with a bunch of dudes for Dudentine's Day. Maybe that's what we need to do. We need to have a
Dudentine's Day.
Dudentine's
I'm
Day.
busy.
Yeah.
There's something we go on bros trips.
Okay.
Dudes trips. Like
Yeah.
we go out and play golf or something and have a good time. And
Do either of you guys smoke cigars?
yes.
Okay, so there's like cigar clubs, like guys do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Do you know?
Dan doesn't get invited very much.
Do you know who? What'd you say?
Nothing.
Do you know who introduced me to my first cigar? Ken Weaver.
Oh, really?
That doesn't surprise me.
While back, we were at Arrington.
Wait, was
And
that
he-
the day that we saw you?
Yeah, and
That
and
was-
he, yeah, and he and no. Where was that? It was
I
at
need to
Arrington,
smoke
but it was a long time ago.
Okay.
And
So I need to text Ken and smoke a cigar with him. Is what you're
And-
saying?
Amy was like, "Oh, come on, take a toke of the cigar." So I'm going to admit
She's a
that
pusher.
I took a hit of the cigar. I didn't inhale though, because I didn't quite know.
You don't inhale
Thanks,
a cigar.
Bill.
You don't
I
inhale a
didn't
cigar.
quite know how to do it, and so I puffed on the cigar, and I
No.
felt absolutely nothing. And I don't know if I was supposed to feel anything.
No.
I don't really
it's-
understand why cigars are a thing.
So you gotta be very careful inhaling a cigar because that's more powerful than a regular cigarette. You gotta
Got
be
it.
careful with that.
Yeah. Anyway, so by the way, very quickly, very, very, very quickly, can we talk about Valentine's Day?
Sure.
Because it's tomorrow. Yeah, it is tomorrow, and
You are correct.
What are you doing with Amy tomorrow?
you know what? We're actually taking a pass on Valentine's Day.
Couldn't get a reservation.
Well, romance is dead in my life, first of all. But second, what we're trying to do
Dan, you
is-
just dig yourself a hole every day.
is we're trying to save for a cruise. So we said, okay, so we're not going, or some sort of a vacation. And so we're trying to save for that. So we're not going to buy anything
Taylor
for
Swift
Valentine's
themed
Day.
cruise?
So no. So but if you need some last minute Valentine's Day gifts, KGB has some suggestions.
So I have a couple here. There's some slippers and some there's these Warmies microwavable house slipper boots. I guarantee women would love that.
Mm-hmm.
There's some nice these nice sun heart necklaces, like some like little key almost like it opens up and there's a picture.
Yeah.
You can
Like
put
a
in there.
locket.
Yeah,
I,
a locket.
I
Those
like
heart
the
lockets
idea
are good.
of microwavable slippers.
Yeah.
I love that idea.
Like because women love their heated electric blankets.
Mm-hmm.
Adding the slippers to it would just make it even better, probably.
That's exactly right. So I think that the microwavable slippers is good.
Or a new purse.
Do you know what has saved the tail, or a new purse? Yeah. Has saved the tail of American men everywhere? Amazon.
Yes.
Because you go to Amazon and it's like, all you got to do, man, type in women's Valentine's Day gifts, and there's all of these different ideas on what to buy.
How about something personal, like something you know your wife would like, that she would treasure?
Okay, do you ask John, hey, honey, what do you want for Valentine's Day? Do you ask John?
No,
And does
because
he ask
Valentine's
you?
Day
She
is
also
something
doesn't
that the guys do for the girls.
And she also
What?
doesn't sound like that.
Whoa, back up. Back up.
I'm not.
Women aren't supposed to get their men Valentine's. It's only...
I get my husband a card.
Dan, there's a certain thing that never mind. I'm not even going to
Really?
go there.
Am I wrong on this? Hold on.
They reward you with love. They reward you by staying.
Really? Is that
He's
a
making
reward?
me. So tonight we're doing our Valentine's Day tonight,
Okay.
and he's making a beautiful dinner, and there's going to be flowers. I think he's going to make steak and lobster.
Can I just tell you, Joan, a couple of things? Number one, I believe that women should reciprocate on Valentine's Day and get the guy something nice and so on and so forth. I think that it should be equal, men and women.
No.
The second, I do. I believe that. I had no idea. Is Valentine's Day only supposed to be so that men can get something for the women? I had no idea. I've been doing Valentine's Day wrong all this time.
Yeah.
Suddenly, things are becoming clear in my life. Anyway, the other thing I would like to say, though, Joan, is your husband.
You mustard.
He's making the rest of us look bad.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you.
Well,
Like he is. Amy actually said, you ought to be more like John. That's what she
he
said.
fills
dropped
my
the
gas tank. He parks the car for me in the garage when I need it.
Oh, whatever. You know what? I'm
It's
done.
Is that all I need?
Dinners.
Is that all I need to do to keep a marriage? Like when I'm married, just fill up the car.
Oh no,
with
there's so
gas?
much more.
Okay.
How about like foot massages?
Whoa.
There's things that are required.
That's what the slippers are for.
That's exactly right.
That's not his hands on my feet massaging. That's
What if I got
something
you?
else.
What if I got her like those slippers that have like the little like massagers in them? You know, like the ones you charge and you can.
Nope, still not the same.
Nope.
Still not the same. Nope, not the same. 554. All right, so super texters. Is Valentine's Day supposed to be for both men and women equal? Or is it supposed to be basically the men serving the women? Because I don't think that's the way it's supposed to be. Well, I'll have to do some recon on that. Anyway, 554, Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we'll tell you what one Tennessee lawmaker wants to do to change the way driver's licenses are issued. Pretty big deal here. That's coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
There and
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And Joan.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you've looked at the super text line.
I have not yet, no.
Vast majority of people agree with me that Valentine's Day should be equal.
They're all guys.
Can we just talk about how well you timed that coming back? The music, as soon as the music started,
I don't like bumper music. I like to just come right back. I don't like to waste time. And Joan.
Yeah.
Everybody also agrees that Valentine's Day is just a scam for marketing. And you know what?
That's kind of true.
I should have actually led with that because I do agree, but I digress.
But,
All right.
okay, so I think that there's probably a few women that need to step up to the super text line and back me up here.
I'm
What do
sure
you
they'll
think?
come. I'm sure they'll come texting.
So the
I'm
question
sure
is,
that'll
when do
happen.
men get rewarded?
Every day of your life?
Do you know what, KGB? Women will tell you every day is Valentine's Day.
That's right.
In our marriage, that's what women will tell. We got to go. 6 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It's overcast right now, and it's down to 37 degrees. And we've got the setup for a really wet weekend. We'll have details on the forecast and on your traffic in the moments ahead. Well, this morning, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is expected to be confirmed to head the Department of Health and Human Services. This comes, though, after Democrats pulled an all-nighter to voice their displeasure at RFK's nomination.
This body is being asked to confirm a man who has dedicated the better part of his career to attacking science.
California's Adam Schiff there. That vote will take place before the full Senate later this morning. More arrests could be coming in the case of a huge heist of designer sunglasses from Sunglass Hut stores in Tennessee and South Carolina. Now, those glasses ended up being shipped via UPS to a home in Miami. Police showed off those sunglasses worth millions of dollars yesterday.
People might think this just affects Sunglass Hut. It does not. This affects every single consumer that goes out there and is trying to buy these items out there.
3 Miami men were arrested in Smyrna 2 weeks ago as part of that investigation. Right now, Tennessee lawmakers are considering a bill that would only allow driver's license tests to be administered in English. No interpreters and no translation dictionaries. Here's WSMV's Holly Thompson.
So there is a House and a Senate version of this bill. Right now, Tennessee offers the written test in English, Spanish, German, Korean, and Japanese. Translation dictionaries are allowed. Interpreters, though, are not. More than 12,000 written exams are taken in another language each year.
Now, one of the bill's sponsors is Representative Kip Capley, who says road signs and other critical traffic information is primarily in English, and his bill is about safety on the roads. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Inflation is up, and that sent stocks down on Wednesday. After the release of a hotter-than-expected consumer price index, the Dow Jones fell 225 points to close at 44,369. The S&P gave up 0.25%. The Nasdaq closed fractionally higher. 11 months after going public, Reddit has set a personal best for traffic. Daily active unique users on the social media and news site jumped to 101 million last quarter, 39% above the previous year. Consumer goods giant Unilever has posted weaker than expected sales growth, pointing to a subdued start to 2025. Unilever is the umbrella to about 400 brands, but is hoping to sell several food lines. Facing pressure from lawmakers to protect child safety, Google plans to use artificial intelligence to determine the approximate age of specific users. The age estimating tool will be used across Google products, including YouTube, Gmail, and Google Search. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And that is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, looks like things have cleared up on westbound 24 now, and things are looking good heading in. No problems on 40 and 65. Heading into Nashville, also looking good. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on in to your Thursday, February 13th of 2025. We got a lot going on. So a couple of things I want to cover here in the next hour or so. Pam Bondi going after the state of New York. I absolutely love this. Department of Justice announcing this lawsuit against New York, the governor, Kathy Hochul, and the state attorney general, Letitia James. Now, you know what's going on, where you have Letitia James, you've got Kathy Hochul, and a lot of these sanctuary cities, and you know what they're doing? They're out there and they're saying, you know what? We are going to actively root for and protect the illegal aliens and these gangbangers that are in our city and in our state. It is astonishing to me. And so Pam Bondi, she is now saying, we are going to hold you accountable.
We're here today because we have filed charges against the state of New York. We have filed charges against Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against Letitia James and Mark Schroeder, who is with DMV. This is a new DOJ, and we are taking steps to protect Americans, American citizens, and angel moms, like the mom standing right behind me, who you're going to hear from in a moment. New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today.
And we've seen this in Chicago. We are now seeing it in New York. And we're seeing it in sanctuary cities and states all across America. Do you know who I think they ought to go after next? I think they really do need to go after Philadelphia next. And I don't know who the attorney general is in Philadelphia, whatever, but
Krasenstein.
Who is it, Joan?
His last name is Krasenstein.
Okay.
And he's a lefty.
Well, of course he is, because it's Philadelphia.
Right.
So here's what they need to do is Trump won Pennsylvania, and that's a swing state. Clearly, the good people of Pennsylvania are sick and tired of being a sanctuary city, Philadelphia, right in the middle of Pennsylvania. So they need to go after whoever is allowing sanctuary city status in the city of Pennsylvania, in the city of Philadelphia. That's what they need to do, because you have this happening all across the country. And they're really smart. They are. They are really smart to go after and make this a very big deal, to go after those people that are allowing these sanctuary cities and sanctuary states, because guess what? That does impact everybody.
As you know, we sued Illinois. New York didn't listen. So now you're next. Millions of illegal aliens with violent records have flooded into our communities, bringing violence and deadly drugs with them.
And it is so weird. You know, you hear Maxine Waters and you hear these, Democrats out there singing, whose side are you on? And clearly, these Democrats are on the side of murderous illegal aliens. And so when we talk about, and this has become big-time fodder for conversation these days, but when you talk about what does the Republican Party stand for as opposed to the Democrat Party? Well, the Democrat Party, they are out there, and they are the party that is out there chanting and singing and screaming for waste, for fraud, for abuse by our government financially. They are screaming and chanting and screaming in favor of murderous illegal aliens. So Pam Bondi, bless your heart, please go after Chicago, go after New York, go after the federal government and FEMA for sending all of those, what was it, $59 million to those hotel rooms in New York. Thankfully, we've been able to claw that back. Go after Los Angeles, go after Sacramento, go after San Francisco, go after all of these cities. Because there's a lot of them. And yes, they have been put on notice. And it was really effective how she was there on the stage and in front of the microphone. Behind her, behind Pam Bondi, is all of these angel moms, all of these angel parents who have lost their children to illegal aliens, murderous, rampaging illegal aliens.
And that's why President Trump has directed this to stop. And if you don't comply with federal law, we will hold you accountable. We did it to Illinois. Strike one. Strike two is New York. And if you are a state not complying with federal law, you're next. Get ready.
Absolutely. And you know what the thing is, and I've noticed this, and I'm sure you folks have noticed it too, where Trump is going in there and they're firing people. They are holding people accountable. One of the things we noticed with the Biden administration, nobody ever got fired. The failed pullout of Afghanistan, nobody was held accountable. 13 members of our service dead. It was a complete train wreck, obviously. And nobody was fired. Nobody was held accountable. Ultimately, Joe Biden was held accountable because we voted him out. But one of the things that people always noticed about Biden was that nobody was ever fired. Nobody was ever held accountable for anything. And Trump is going in there and you know what? You're fired. I mean, we saw that at the Kennedy Center. I've got that story. I love that story. You've got the Kennedy Center. You've got all of those inspectors general. You've got people all across America, all those federal employees. A federal judge now has sided with Donald Trump, part of the news cycle today, where Trump was trying to buy out all those federal employees. A federal judge has now said, you know what? Donald Trump was actually right. He has every right to try to buy out these federal employees so that we can pay them off and they'll go away. And for Pam Bondi, I love that she as well is trying to hold people accountable. She had law enforcement behind her as well. She had angel moms, and she also had law enforcement behind her as well, bringing the point home that, yes, all American citizens' lives are on the line, including the law enforcement officers that were behind her.
They put their lives on the line every single day to protect us. And what New York has, they have green light laws, meaning they're giving a green light to any illegal alien in New York where law enforcement officers cannot check their identity if they pull them over. Law enforcement officers do not have access to their background. And if these great men and women pull over someone and don't have access to their background, they have no idea who they're dealing with. And it puts their lives on the line every single day. Violent criminals, gang members, drug traffickers, human smugglers will no longer terrorize the American people. And that is why we are here today. You will be held accountable if you do not follow federal law. It's over, it ends, and we're coming after you.
Love it. Absolutely love it. And she is
she doesn't mince words, does she?
She doesn't. She doesn't. I mean, I'm sitting here trying to think of something to say. She said it all. Yeah. And it's great. And it's going to be fun to watch her over the next 4 years. Apparently, is there congressional hearings this morning or today on USaid? That's from what I'm seeing on Fox News. So I don't know if you watched any yesterday. There's so much news. It's hard to keep up. Yesterday, they spoke a lot about Elon Musk and what he is doing with Doge. And there is an oversight committee hearing on Doge and what they're doing. And the Democrats are doing their usual stupid. But the point is that Elon Musk has every right, Donald Trump has every right to have Elon Musk look at all of these various agencies and try to find out where all of this crazed spending is. So that story is out there from yesterday. Of course, they're talking about how Elon Musk advocates for deleting entire agencies. And yes, that does need to happen. That needs to happen responsibly. And that's all fine, good, and well. Bottom line is here that anything the Democrats say, there's a very easy argument to defeat the hue and the cries of people like Maxine Waters and Elizabeth Warren. Wall Street Journal sure is noticing what Donald Trump is doing. Details straight ahead, 6:16. Time to check the roads on WTN.
For the most part, things are looking good this morning. No problems coming in on 33 degrees. No unusual. Being accident-free on 840. I'm Christy O'Brien.
Very good, 6:16. As far as your weather today, weather going to be a high of 44 with clouds in the morning, sunny by the afternoon. Right now, 33 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the DEA, they've got Operation Return to Sender. And they've got...
Great name.
It is great. It's a very great name. They DEA bust in Colorado nabs nearly 100 violent criminals, including the top 10 that they were looking for. High praise from Donald Trump from the Wall Street Journal. Listen to this. While many in the leftist media hand-wringing, they're criticizing Donald Trump for everything, from trying to fix our border, the inefficient government. The Wall Street Journal has come out with some great praise for President Donald Trump. This is what they say. The Wall Street Journal is now reporting and saying that Trump and Elon Musk have achieved more in 3.5 weeks than Ronald Reagan did in 8 years when it comes to government shrinkage. In a piece titled, Democrats Ought to Love Doge, the Wall Street Journal says Elon Musk is accomplishing something nobody has ever pulled off. Elon Musk's glorious rampage through official Washington is like something from a dream. Many conservatives and some Republicans have fantasized for decades about laying off bureaucrats and shrinking the government. Nobody has ever pulled it off, the opinion piece reads. Even Ronald Reagan, the great Ronald Reagan, who clearly wanted a smaller government, could not achieve in 8 years what Elon Musk has done in 3.5 weeks. And it's true. It is absolutely true. They say the Department of Government Efficiency is the change that we all have been waiting for. One of the things, and when people say that Elon Musk, because remember what I said, where the Democrats, they're saying that this is not constitutional, he doesn't have the authority, he doesn't have the expertise. I mean, you look at the businesses that Elon Musk has taken over, and he's fixed them. He's made them more efficient. He has made these businesses better, and that's what Donald Trump is looking to do with Elon Musk. And it makes all the sense in the world. Have you heard this audio, Joan?
What is it?
From Maxine Waters.
Oh, there's more Maxine Waters? Can't wait.
Listen to this.
The people of this country are being violated because all of our privacy is being taken up by Elon Musk and Trump, and we don't know what all they have on us.
Do you hear that?
What all they have on us.
We don't know what all they have on us.
Don't know what all they have on us.
Now we know what she's really worried about. She's really worried about, and again, Elon Musk, I don't know if he was kidding. Do you think Elon Musk was kidding?
About?
He posted on X about investigating Elizabeth Warren.
No, I don't think he's kidding at all. He's said that during that press conference in the Oval Office.
He did. I mentioned that in the 5, where he talked about how is it that these these people in Congress, they've been in Congress for, years, and they've got a salary of a couple $100,000, yet they're multimillionaires.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a legit question.
Absolutely.
So when Maxine Waters says,
and we don't know what all they have on us.
I think we're going to know very, very quickly.
You know what? I think that Maxine Waters is the poster child for why the DOE needs to go away. That's a terribly structured sentence.
Well, it is Maxine Waters.
If she resigns, can we have like a party?
Well, but then
Just
I'd
like
have
ding dong, the witch is dead.
Well, you know what? Even if Maxine Waters goes away, we'll always have Emmanuel Cleaver.
You mustard moo.
If you are
At
just
least
joining,
his voice doesn't make you want to gouge out your eyes.
if you're just joining us, that is the latest in an attempt by the Democrats to try to take out Elon Musk and defend the indefensible, which is what they're doing. Is they're trying to defend government waste, government fraud, government inefficiency, and they're trying to defend the murderous gangbangers that are in America that Donald Trump is deporting. And so this is part of what the American people woke up to this morning, is this attempted takedown of Emmanuel Cleaver. He is a Democrat out of Missouri.
Because I want to send a message to somebody. Elon, take your musty millions and musty Moscow rights to the moon. Because if you don't,
Preacher.
we're going to stand up.
Preacher alert.
We're going to speak out. We're going to march. We're going to do anything we need to do to make sure that the people of this country understand that the CFPB is for them. You get your musty hands off of our money or go to Moscow. You musty moo.
Nailed it. Nailed it. Well done, Emmanuel Cleaver. I don't know. You know what? I don't know if Elon's going to survive being called a musty moo.
Moo, yeah. That poor gentleman didn't even know CRPB is not the name of it.
You know what the thing is? You'll notice, too, like some of these guys where they can't actually, because if you listen closely to that soundbite, you can tell that he's having a hard time speaking in like a normal voice.
Yeah.
Once he starts going into, BS preacher mode,
yeah,
then all of a sudden he finds his voice. Whatever. What a bunch of frauds. 6:23, and coming up, she's not a fraud. She's Joan Jones, and she's got the news coming up. Joan, what's up?
Hey, we have some breaking news this morning about an attack on pedestrians in Germany, and we'll tell you how this attack links with the United States. That's coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thanks, Joan. 6:23 on Nashville's Morning News. Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, and you can receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. You're going to save time and make the most money. Dan Mandis here now with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You can skip the hassle of getting your home ready to sell. You can receive an all-cash offer and close in as little as 21 days. This is why I love Mark Spain Real Estate. There's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Now, their client Jerry said we needed to move quickly, and we were worried the process would be lengthy and we would spend a lot of money on repairs. Mark Spain Real Estate got us an offer in just 3 days, and it was over the asking price. It was amazing. Selling your home is a big decision. Who you work with matters. Now, as the most experienced real estate team in the industry, you can trust my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. Go to markspain.com to get that guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. 627 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. Big news from my friends at DT McCall's. Those gun safes are still sales tax free. So, you know, DT McCall's is the largest Liberty Safe dealer here in the state of Tennessee because of that free delivery and setup. Now, other places are going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup in bigger models and $300 for smaller models. But at DT McCall & Sons, they deliver every safe for free every time, period. And no setup charge either. So you can save some big bucks right now on your Liberty gun safe when you shop at your local DT McCall's. You can always find them online, dtmccalls.com, for locations and information. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. Always tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin, always online, dtmccalls.com. .629 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So we were having some fun earlier. It's Joan's opinion that Valentine's Day is for ladies only. I, of course, had a complete meltdown, head exploding, when you said that, Joan, and because I believe that it should be equal. Also acknowledging that Valentine's Day is nothing but a marketing ploy and a bunch of BS. But we went to the super text line to see, okay, men, women, who is Valentine's Day for? Is it supposed to be equal with the men and the women in a relationship? Or is it strictly for the ladies? By and large, Joan, I hate to break it to you, most people believe that it should be equal, except for the women.
Which is a majority of the people responding on the super text line?
Did I make the ladies mad when my reaction to you?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
See, look, it is just for the ladies. However, we do have 2133 smart butt saying what you need to be doing is to get Dan another cup of coffee. Oh, really?
Cream and sugar, honey. Cream and sugar. 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6:30, and it is, I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. It is 36 degrees right now, overcast skies, and we do have a lot of wet weather moving our way for the weekend and perhaps some severe storms as well. So stick around for the forecast coming up here right after the news. We have breaking news this morning. At least 27 people have been injured in Munich, Germany, after a man drove a car into a crowd. Now, this incident comes just hours before Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio are expected to arrive in the city in Munich, Germany, for a security conference that's set to take place on Friday. Now, police are calling this a suspected attack. That car was driven by a 24-year-old man from Afghanistan. Police say they have captured that man, and they say he poses no further threat. The Munich Security Conference is an annual meeting of politicians and defense officials from across the world. It is set to get underway tomorrow amid a large police presence and tight security. We will have more on this attack all throughout the morning as we learn more. Locally, Franklin police are offering a $1,000 reward for information about a shooting that happened Tuesday night that left a man dead. Police were called to an area on Valor Court for shots fired, and that's where they found 32-year-old Latarius Johnson dead. He was described by friends as an aspiring musician.
A really heavy loss, and we all feel it. And I just hope that his legacy doesn't boil down to just the way he went out. I hope that he's remembered for all the lives he touched and all the love that he gave and, all the people that he protected.
This is Franklin's first homicide this year. There was just one homicide in Franklin in 2024. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather up ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 632, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here for my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. All that rain we've been having, of course, and it's going to continue. You've got to be cognizant that you don't have water in your basement or your crawl space. You've got to make sure that you don't have any cracks in your basement. You don't want any water leaks because that could lead to all kinds of problems. Mold, wood rot, the need for structural repair. Now, USS, they do great work at waterproofing your home. They're going to find those cracks and they're going to plug them. They're going to make sure that your home is protected from water because it can cause a lot of problems. And so if you want to stay ahead of water damage, call my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. They've got over 30 years of experience in basement and crawl space, waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. I've been working with USS for years. I'm not only obviously an endorser, but also a client. I've had them out to my house a couple of different times, and yes, they've done work on my home. USS inspections are absolutely free. They're not going to sell you any unnecessary repairs. They are simply here to help. We guarantee our best. Call USS at 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. Find them online. It is USSTN.com.
Couple of trouble spots now. We've got a problem on 65, the southbound side. It's at the on-ramp from Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, exit 95, a stalled out vehicle. The on-ramp right lane is blocked off. Also this morning at the Eastern Split, 40 westbound, the on-ramp from 24 westbound. There's a crash right there. The right shoulder on-ramp is blocked. Nolensville Pike, an accident right at Old Hickory Boulevard, and another accident, this one involving injuries in Madison, Old Hickory Boulevard, west of Maya Drive. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Joan, I've got to ask.
Okay.
Have you heard? I'm actually appalled, and I'm not doing radio shtick. I'm actually appalled. Have you heard what they are now calling Elon Musk?
No.
I'll tell you coming up next in about a minute because it is horrifying.
Not mushy moo moo?
It's not mushy moo moo. I would prefer mushy moo moo over what the Democrats have now brought to the table. We'll talk about that straight ahead. Also, the EPA and Lee Zeldin. Wait till you hear what he has done with the EPA and the waste and fraud that they found there as well. It's all straight ahead. Dan Mandis here. What could you do with an extra $1,000 or $75,000 right now? Maybe even a couple $100,000. Now, if you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. Yeah, you could have an extra $75,000 right now. Loan Pronto is the leader in quickly converting your home's equity into cold hard cash so you can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel. Now, Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisal. Now, the average homeowner right now has over $300,000 in equity. That is your money. You are allowed to use it, and you should. One client got $150,000 out, and they paid off all of their credit cards, a couple of car loans, and a personal loan as well, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. Loan Pronto, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval, NMLS, consumeraccess.org. .639, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So there is a congressman named Robert Garcia. And you know what the Democrats are now calling Elon Musk? They're calling him the D word.
Oh.
Another name for Richard.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I thought it was going to be like a Nazi joke, but no, they went hard on it, didn't they?
This is Representative Robert Garcia. And he and his fellow Democrats are actually talking about Elon Musk, and they are calling him the D word. I can't even, I may have to edit this. I can't play it on the radio, but the anchor there for CNN has Garcia on, and she said, basically, do you believe that this is the right way to have this debate, is calling Elon Musk a Richard? And he says, well, he is a bleep. And then he goes on. It is the level of their ability to defend the things that they want to do and defend the things that they stand for. You know, if we're not a racist, then we're a sexist, or we're Hitler, or we're a bunch of Nazis. It's now devolved to the D word. You know what I mean? I mean, good Lord. Now, we're in delay, right?
I can dump it if I need to.
All right, I'm gonna play, because this guy, Robert Garcia, also is talking about how the Democrats believe the American people want them to bring actual weapons to this bar fight.
And what I think is really important, and what the American public want, is for us to bring actual weapons to this bar fight. This is an actual fight for democracy, for the future of this country, and it's important to push back on the chairperson of this committee. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene talks about having decorum, about bipartisanship. This is the person that lies more than anybody else in the entire Congress. And so if she is going to...
Really? I mean, let's be honest, and I'm hearing this for the first time, but you're saying that Marjorie Taylor Greene thrives on, I don't know where he was going with that, but I think he's going to say that Marjorie Taylor Greene thrives on, sort of head-to-head combat, if you will, and debating. I would actually say that Maxine Waters probably is a lot more vitriolic than Marjorie Taylor Greene, although obviously Marjorie Taylor Greene clearly has her moments as well. Anyway, so this Robert Garcia is now being called out for saying that the American people actually want real weapons to be brought to the bar fight, in addition to calling Elon Musk the D word. They're just really exposing themselves. No pun intended, but they are. They are definitely showing their true colors, the Democrats. And we all knew how bad it would be with the Democrats, but their response to what Trump is doing is so over the top. And I'll be honest with you, again, I think Elon Musk is going to survive being called a seventh grade name. I mean, it's fine if that's what this Robert Garcia, if that's what he brings to the table. Well done. I'm eye rolling. Well done, Democrats. The Republicans are actually getting things done. The Republicans are actually doing something to help the American people. Lee Zeldin is Donald Trump's choice for EPA director, and he discovered something incredible.
An extremely disturbing video circulated 2 months ago featuring a Biden EPA political appointee talking about how they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, rushing to get billions of your tax dollars out the door before Inauguration Day. The gold bars were tax dollars, and tossing them off the Titanic meant the Biden administration knew they were wasting it.
It's exactly right. Remember, there was yet another undercover video by Project Veritas where they got some sap working for the EPA to admit that they were funneling billions of dollars to climate organizations because his point was when Donald Trump comes in, he's going to curtail all that spending because they knew that part of Trump's thing was he was going to come in with Elon Musk and they were going to do exactly what he's doing, which is trying to stop all that spending. And so what they did was they took, listen to this, they took $20 billion and they just parked it with a bunch of NGOs and organizations and nonprofits and so forth with clearly, obviously, no accountability.
Fortunately, my awesome team at EPA has found the gold bars. Shockingly, roughly 20 billion of your tax dollars were parked at an outside financial institution by the Biden EPA. This scheme was the first of its kind in EPA history, and it was purposefully designed to obligate all of the money in a rush job with reduced oversight. Even further, this pot of $20 billion was awarded to just 8 entities that were then responsible for doling out your money to NGOs and others at their discretion with far less transparency.
So Lee Zeldin, and I've got a couple of more bites, but one of the things that Murphy Show spoke with Senator Hagerty about was those exact NGOs that Lee Zeldin is talking about, where if you think that these NGOs, and I've talked about this ad nauseum, but if you believe that these NGOs are, charitable organizations and they're doing God's work and all of this other nonsense, they're really not. I mean, to be very specific about illegal immigration, these NGOs, these are the organizations that the Biden administration was giving millions of dollars to transport illegal aliens. And so Senator Hagerty wants to do something about it. Oh, by the way, how do you know that the Democrats are in trouble? You're not going to believe what they're up to next. I just saw it on Fox News. Not only are they calling Elon Musk the D word, but they're also pulling yet another move that is unmistakably a sign that the Democrats are absolutely desperate, and that is coming up. 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Maya Drive. I'm Christy O'Brien.
6:46, your weather today, a high of 44, clouds in the morning, sunny by the afternoon. Thanks for listening to Nashville's Morning News. And so Lee Zeldin, Trump's pick to lead the EPA, he's talking about how he has found all of this money, all of these, and I'm air quoting, these gold bars. They realized that Donald Trump was going to win the election, and so they parked $20 billion under Biden's administration, $20 billion to these NGOs, who would then take that money after Trump comes into office, and they would just go ahead and funnel all that to, the climate change and illegal aliens and all of that stuff. So now we have the Trump EPA as opposed to the Biden EPA, and they're trying to undo what Joe Biden did, and they're working with the banks to get that $20 billion back. From the Wall Street Journal, the fund run by the EPA received the $27 billion, one of these NGOs, in President Joe Biden's signature climate law to help with the deployment of solar panels, heat pumps, and electric vehicles. The program distributed some $20 billion in funds last year to nonprofits, community development organizations, credit unions, and housing agencies, and has earmarked an additional $7 billion for solar. Now, again, you remember when the EPA, just to show you how dysfunctional it was under Joe Biden, do you remember when the EPA spent billions of dollars on all those electric buses?
A new report details the absolute failure of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's $5 billion investment to electrify buses.
The report finding the EPA has spent nearly $2 billion of the funds on 5,000 buses so far, about $360,000 per bus. And the buses are either sitting unused or broken down in need of extensive repairs.
Right. I mean, we were just, who was not shocked by that? Because in addition to wasting our money, wasting your money, wasting my money, wasting our money, spending it on stupidity across the world, as we found out through USaid, you also have just the sheer inability to get things done, the incompetence. Remember the $7.5 billion that Biden allocated for electric vehicle chargers around the country? Very slow progress, as they instead focused on DEI and all that stuff. So when you ask, where does the money go? Nobody really knows. Now, it is important to keep looking forward and backwards, because we need to never forget what we've all gone through with the Biden administration and what it looked like over the last 4 years, and what Trump and the Republicans are trying to do now to fix it, to claw those billions of dollars back. And, Lee Zeldin, he's talking about how there will be consequences.
The financial agent agreement with the bank needs to be instantly terminated, and the bank must immediately return all of the gold bars that the Biden administration tossed off the Titanic. EPA needs to reassume responsibility for all of these funds. We will review every penny that has gone out the door. I will be referring this matter to the Inspector General's office, and will work with the Justice Department as well. The days of irresponsibly shoveling boatloads of cash to far-left activist groups in the name of environmental justice and climate equity are over.
There you go, Lee Zeldin. I love what he has to say. And again, they're looking at filing criminal charges against folks there that used to work for Biden's EPA. And I think that we're going to find out a lot more about what's been going on in all of these agencies. It is 6:50 on Nashville's Morning News. Watch us on YouTube if you would. Like us and subscribe to us on YouTube and the WTN YouTube channel. You can watch the radio show. When you do, you want to take the Daily Dan poll. Now, today, yesterday and this morning, earlier, we spoke about Donald Trump and how he wants to make a deal with the Iranians. And my contention is that, and we'll have a longer discussion on this later on, but it's my contention, you don't want to negotiate with terrorists. So to the Daily Dan poll, we go on YouTube, watch us on YouTube and take the poll. And we asked you, okay, so do you agree that Donald Trump should be negotiating with Iran? KGB, you're watching the numbers.
Yeah, this is the closest one we've ever had by far. It's 52 no, 48 yes.
All right.
So this could literally turn by the end of the show for sure. This is close.
All right. Take the poll on YouTube. Watch us, like us, subscribe, all that stuff. Joan Jones has the news coming up. Joan.
Yeah, we've got the latest this morning after a car slammed into a group of people in Munich, Germany. And that is where some of the U.S.'s top leaders are scheduled to be tomorrow. We've got some late-breaking news on that coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
We've also got news on what the Democrats in the House of Representatives are looking to do to try to fight back against Donald Trump. And I've got that for you coming up right before the news. Also, AOC is organizing a webinar with strategies to avoid ICE. So now I guess the question is, are they going to go after her and charge her? Because ultimately she is interfering with Donald Trump's executive order and federal law. So we'll watch that story for you as well. Dan Mandis here. It is February, and nothing says love like gunpowder and lead, like you find at the Glock store. Now listen, it is the month of Valentine's Day, and over at the Glock store, which is my place to train, the place where I buy all my guns and accessories, you and your significant other can go get a couple's training session in their Shoot 270 indoor shooting rooms. You can book a couple's shooting session at shoot270.com. When you show up, you mention my name, Dan Mandis, and you both get trained for the price of one. How romantic. Now, remember, this is a private shooting room with a personal instructor, a professional that's going to tailor the session to your current level of shooting expertise. And whatever level you're at, they're going to up your game like they did for me. So remember, to book your shoot270.com training session, it's 2-for-1 Valentine's Day. Go to their website, shoot270.com, mention my name, Dan Mandis, and you do get that 2-for-1 Valentine's Day. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere, the Glock store at shoot270.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
All right, so real quick, 6:56, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. By the way, coming up after the news at 7, Joan and I are going to talk about Donald Trump's epic takeover of the Kennedy Center. There's big news regarding that this morning, so we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more. But how do you know that the Democrats are absolutely desperate. They are now reintroducing a bill on reparations. Yep. Representative Ayanna Pressley, will reintroduce H.R. 40, federal legislation to study reparations for slavery, on Wednesday as the Trump administration leads a wide-scale rollback of DEI. Here's what she says. She says, "We find ourselves in a moment of emboldened white supremacy and anti-black racism and a weaponized Supreme Court that is actively gutting protections and progress that has been made," she says in an exclusive interview, so on and so forth. This is literally what, including a lot of Democrats, voted against, is just this kind of hyperbole. But that's how you know that they're desperate. That's how you know they have nothing except the same old bag of tricks. The same old tired strategy that the Democrats have had, taking to the streets, screaming, yelling, singing, calling people racist, white supremacy, oh, we need the reparations. That's all they have. Meantime, you've got the Republicans who are coming in and they're getting stuff done. Now, NGOs are very much in the news. I was just playing you audio from Lee Zeldin, the EPA guy in charge of the EPA, who is saying that Biden's EPA sent $20 billion to a bunch of NGOs. Basically, they did it essentially illegally. So we hear a lot about these NGOs, these non-governmental agencies. These are organizations that government partners with and basically, especially with Biden, carries out their bidding. Biden's administration gave NGOs related to illegal immigration millions of dollars, probably billions, to transport illegal aliens for them. And they're incredibly insidious with some of the things that they do related to not only illegal immigration, but also climate change. And so Senator Hagerty told Matt Murphy yesterday that he's going after these NGOs.
I actually went through the budget process in one of these government shutdown fights. We actually got to a point that we were about to halt the government over the NGOs last year. Chuck Schumer fought me until 1:30 in the morning not to allow me to go to the floor, but I did. He had to allow it at the end, and I was able to put a vote to the floor to every Democrat. Say, look, I want us to stop funding these non-governmental organizations that are flying illegal aliens into the United States. Flying these people, these illegals coming into the country, these deportation flights should be what we're doing, not importation flights. 350,000 came into our country last year, facilitated by these NGOs. I wanted to stop funding these NGOs and their activities doing this. And every single Democrat voted to continue to fund these NGOs. They couldn't stand the thought of not allowing this type of thing to happen. I wanted to defund it. They wanted to continue funding it.
There you go. That's what the Democrats stand for. And he has, again, filed legislation to stop dealing or funding with these NGOs. Well done, Senator Hagerty, as he announced on Murphy's show yesterday that he will run for re-election in the Senate. Got a lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning and welcome in at 7 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got an accident this morning on the westbound side of 24 right at Briley Parkway, and that's going to cause some delays on 24 this morning. We've got the full traffic report and weather coming up right after the news. Well, we're following a breaking news story out of Munich, Germany this morning, where a man has been arrested after slamming a car into a group of people.
Police say they believe this was a planned attack. Now, it happened near where world leaders were set to meet for the Munich Security Conference. Tomorrow, we know top diplomats, including Ukraine's president and Vice President J.D. Vance, will attend the high-level security conference. Now, that car hit a group of protesters who were employees for local child care services.
That's WSMV's Holly Thompson. Now, Secretary of State Marco Rubio also slated to attend that conference. President Trump is taking his first steps to bring the Russia-Ukraine war to an end, having a 90-minute conversation conversation with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Here's ABC's Mary Bruce.
Trump asked if he would support Ukraine having to give up territory.
Well, he's going to have to do what he has to do.
Hours earlier, his new defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, speaking at NATO headquarters during his first trip to Europe, was blunt, saying Ukraine's long-sought membership in NATO isn't realistic. Neither is thinking Ukraine can regain all the territory Russia has seized.
President Trump said that he would have his first meeting with Putin in Saudi Arabia soon. He spoke with Ukraine's president after that conversation with Putin yesterday. Well, because of a recent car break-ins and thefts, Metro Nashville police are hosting a community meeting tonight at the West Police Precinct on Charlotte Pike. They'll talk about the latest information on those break-ins and safety measures that residents can take. That meeting will start at 6 o'clock tonight. Several Joann fabric stores in the mid-state are closing as that company proceeds with a bankruptcy. The Clarksville location on Wilma Rudolph is closing, along with one in Franklin, another in Germantown. Joann is closing 500 of its 800 stores nationwide. Got a pot for potholes update for you. The bill's sponsor, Nashville Democrat State Representative Afton Bain, joined WTN's Chad Benson in studio and gave a few more details about legalizing marijuana and the use of revenue to improve roads.
It's modeled after the Massachusetts state law, which, and I don't know if you know this, but the first 2 years that they legalized pot generated over $122 million. But 21 and over, and making sure that it is highly regulated. I think that would be a compromise I'd be willing to make on this bill to ensure that my Republican colleagues who are a little more Bible beating, right, feel comfortable with it.
Well, she says that bill includes a provision to funnel some of the revenue to local governments. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, the list of accidents is growing here this morning. It's 65 southbound at the on-ramp from Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, exit 95. A stalled-out car. The right on-ramp lane has been blocked off. There is a wrecker on the scene of that one, so it should be cleared out soon. 24 eastbound lanes in Joelton at Whites Creek. There's an accident on the right shoulder. Also 24 westbound. This is Briley Parkway, exit 54 in Glencliff, an accident. 40 westbound, the on-ramp from I-24. There's a crash. The right shoulder on-ramp is blocked. An accident in Nolensville Pike at Old Hickory Boulevard, and another one in Madison at Old Hickory Boulevard west of Maya Drive. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm going to be chairman of it, and
.706 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends and welcome on into your Thursday, February 13th of 2025. Dan Mandis here along with Joan Jones, KGB producing this morning. Joan, so I got to ask you, you spent a lot of time in Washington, D.C. Did you ever make it to a drag show at the Kennedy Center?
I can affirmatively say that I have never gone to a drag show at the Kennedy Center.
So here's the thing that's going on is the Kennedy Center, and I'm going to describe what I believe the Kennedy Center is or was designed to be, and you can tell me how wrong I am. But basically, it's a place where the elite in Washington, D.C. go for many years.
Yes.
It had been a place where the elite in Washington, D.C. go to see plays and shows and, you know, it's kind of a place to be seen.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Yes.
So Donald Trump gets in and he laid down the law.
so we took over the Kennedy Center. We didn't like what they were showing and various other things. And I had a lot of the board members already, as you know, and we have some that will be replaced. But we have, I guess, a whole new group of people going in. I have Rick Grinnell, who's got some experience in that world. He's very good. Going to be handling it on a temporary basis. I think he'll do a great job, but we're going to get some great professionals. I'm going to be chairman of it, and we're going to make sure that it's good and it's not going to be woke. There's no more woke in this country. This woke has cost us a fortune and cost us our reputation, but the reputation's coming back very, very rapidly. Thank you very much, everybody.
So there you go. So Donald Trump is now...
Okay, so you know who got kicked out in this, right?
Well, there's Corinne Jean-Pierre.
Yes.
She was one of the members. And also former Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
Yes.
So they were on the board. What I love about the media, because, you know, the media is hyperventilating as they always do. And so now you've got the media describing Rick Grinnell as a Donald Trump loyalist. Now, literally in the next paragraph, when they say that Donald Trump has installed a loyalist, because they always make it seem like being a Donald Trump loyalist is like some sort of a evil term, right? They say that Joe Biden had Corinne Jean-Pierre and Antony Blinken on the board of the Kennedy Center. Well, what do you call them?
Right.
Are they not loyalists?
They would be loyalists. Yeah.
I mean, good Lord. And the funny thing is, I mean, I don't believe that Joe Biden would have been president if it wasn't for Antony Blinken, because he was one of the forces behind the letter that they wrote that those 51 intelligence officials that said that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation, right? So clearly it was Joe Biden who had the loyalists. And it's sort of like whatever, but I just find the media coverage of this funny. But they were doing, the Kennedy Center had devolved so much that they were actually doing drag shows. And that was a big deal, where they just, all of a sudden, here come the drag shows. And some say that those drag shows were earmarked specifically for kids.
And this is a place where the National Symphony would play, right? So it seems like, devolve is a great word for it. Also, Donald Trump is replacing Shonda Rhimes as president. You know who she is, right?
No.
She's the creator of Grey's Anatomy and some other really like big time TV shows, Scandal also. She was appointed by Barack Obama. So what Donald Trump is doing is just uprooting everything that he can, even in like pop culture.
Well, that's okay, because Rick Grinnell, this is on Twitter this morning, Rick Grinnell just announced that he learned the Kennedy Center in D.C. has been digging into debt reserves to operate. Apparently, and by the way, they get the different ways that the Kennedy Center gets funding. They do get federal funding, They also get donations, and they also sell tickets and so forth. They have no cash. They have no reserves. And so the question is, where is all that money gone?
Yeah.
Kennedy Center. You might want to think about, because can I just ask this question? How many people actually pay money to go see drag shows?
That's a great question.
Yeah. I mean, who wants, I shouldn't say this, but I will.
Be careful.
I know. Who wants to go see a drag show? I mean, other drag people, I guess, obviously, whatever. But if you have no cash and you have no reserves and you're digging into your debt reserves to operate because clearly people are not buying tickets to go see the stupid drag shows, well, then maybe you might want to put something on the stage that people actually want to see. And so for Rick Grinnell, he's going in there and he's like, oh, my Lord, this is a quote. He says, we must fix this great institution. The people working hard at the nation's premier performing arts center deserve better, and so do all Americans. Donald Trump, they say, is cleaning house at the Kennedy Center. Grinnell is currently the acting executive director. And to everyone's horror, Donald Trump is the chairman of the Kennedy Center, which, by the way, you know how many times he's been to the actual Kennedy Center, Joan?
Probably never.
He's never been to the Kennedy Center.
See, this is absolutely Donald Trump saying, I am planting myself in Washington, D.C. Even though he doesn't have his hotel there anymore, he doesn't live there. I don't think he has any business transactions because they made him get rid of all of it in the last administration.
Now, this is going to be what's interesting, Joan, is that, the Kennedy Center, they have their various events, right? So you have the Kennedy Center Honors, and they have the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor. So these are events where people get awards. It's a place where Hollywood can kind of get together and pat each other on the back, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens to the Kennedy Center Honors now that Donald Trump is the chairman?
Well, I don't think
Hollywood's
going to be honoring. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think Hollywood is going to partake in that now, or are they going to say, "Nah, we're not going to do this anymore"? Because who's won it in the past, right? Oprah Winfrey, George Clooney, people like that. And I always want to. Whenever I think of Oprah Winfrey now, I think of Oprah Winfrey of Joy fame. Remember that whole nonsense of George Clooney?
You get one. You get one.
Everyone gets joy.
They got no joy on the left. And so now, of course, the people who hand-wring over such things, they're hand-wringing over what's going to happen with the Kennedy Center Honors or the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor, which is usually selected by, they say, a nebulous circle of Kennedy Center insiders. The award, perhaps the most prestigious honor in comedy, has gone in recent years to Dave Chappelle, Jon Stewart, and Julia Louis-Dreyfus. This year's honoree, Conan O'Brien, who is set to be honored next month, has largely steered clear of politics, but did back Joe Biden in 2020.
He's pretty tame compared to the other hosts, though. I will give him credit.
Conan O'Brien?
He's actually entertaining some of the time.
Yeah, some of the time.
Yeah.
Actually, perhaps all the time. I don't know.
He's actually entertaining compared to he actually cares about making the audience laugh instead of giving them ultimatums in politics.
Well, he wants to make, according to you, he wants to make audiences laugh as opposed to simply lecturing them about what their politics should be. And I actually appreciate that. But, I guess the question is, will this destroy the Kennedy Center, Joan, or do you think it's going to save the Kennedy Center?
Well, considering that the National Symphony Orchestra's conductor has quit over this.
Bye, Felicia. There's a lot of other people that can.
I think it's going to break them because, everybody's just quitting. I'm so mad I'm going to leave kind of thing. So maybe it'll get better.
Is there a lot of, can I ask a question? Is there a lot of call for symphony conductors these days? Like if you can just up and quit your gig, okay, well then go find another symphony to conduct.
You'll cut your nose off to spite your own face.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So, okay. So now people are joking. People are like, oh, now Kid Rock's going to play all the time. Lee Greenwood's going to play all the time. The Village, you know what? The first concert should be like the Village People.
Yeah.
Under Donald
Wouldn't
Trump
that
as
be
chairman,
funny?
the Village People. 7:15. So we'll see what happens with the Kennedy Center, and we'll see if Rick Grinnell can save the Kennedy Center. So we'll see what happens there. 7:16. Time to check the roads on WTN. (7:16) Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather here in Nashville, high of 44, cloudy this morning, sun by this afternoon. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Watch us on YouTube. Take the Daily Dan poll. The Daily Dan poll today is based on this comment from Donald Trump.
There's two ways of stopping them.
Iran.
With bombs or with a written piece of paper. And I'd much rather do a deal that's not going to hurt them. And I think they wanted to. I think that Iran is very concerned. I think that Iran is very frightened, to be honest with you, because their defense is pretty much gone. I think Iran would love to make a deal, and I would love to make a deal with them without bombing them.
So, again, not to belabor the point, but this was a surprise to a lot of folks, including yours truly. Now, in full context, Donald Trump has maximized pressure, and he did it the first couple of days that he was in office. He has maximized pressure on Iran. He's been enforcing those sanctions and so forth. So remember that Iran, they've been trying to assassinate Donald Trump since he took out one of their supreme leaders. But I think that it is a fair question, and that is, should we be negotiating with terrorists? You know, if you do a deal as Donald Trump with Iran, then you are making their economy stronger. He doesn't want them to have nuclear weapons. And I totally understand that nobody wants to see Iran have nuclear weapons. And so Trump's whole point is that he wants some sort of a deal where we can keep track of their nuclear progress or lack thereof. But the problem is, how do you do that? Because Iran, obviously, they are a very corrupt and lying nation, and that is simply what they do. But even if you stop them from a nuclear standpoint, which is feasible with the proper amount of oversight, if you make a deal with them and you allow them and their economy to get stronger, well, then they're going to be funding terrorism across the world, including possibly here in America. And so that was our Daily Dan poll. Do you agree with Donald Trump wanting to make a deal with Iran? James Rosen, and I'm going to play this audio coming up before Jones Newscast, but James Rosen had a really good question regarding Donald Trump. It was during the White House press briefing yesterday about whether or not it is the right thing to do to negotiate with terrorists. Can you trust Iran? But our Daily Dan poll is, as I just said, should we be negotiating with Iran? And all morning long, we've been watching this. It is really close. In KGB, what are the latest numbers?
It's still at 52 no, 48 yes.
Okay, so 52% of listeners to Nashville's Morning News do not believe that we should be negotiating with Iran. So, you know, this is one of those moments where yours truly, and I'm just going to tell you, this is how you know that I really think about the things that I say. I know sometimes you can't really tell. But when you have, I know, kind of crazy, don't you think? But I've spent the last 4 years banging on Biden for making Iran's economy stronger. I would be hypocritical if I sat here and said, oh, yeah, let's negotiate a deal with Iran to make their economy stronger. I think that's a great idea. You have to be consistent. And unless it can be done in such a way where you know that Iran is not going to be funding terrorism, I am absolutely against it. But you know what? Take the poll. And by the way, when you're over there on YouTube, subscribe and like the channel as well, and tell your friends. 7:20 on Nashville's Morning News, and Joan Jones is in the dust-encrusted news corner, and we have news coming up at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, we do. You know, it's RFK Jr.'s turn today. We'll take a look at the vote that'll take place in the Senate today for his confirmation. That's coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I predict it's going to be another moment of winning for Donald Trump.
Winning.
I think that Susan Collins came out, I believe, and she said that she was for RFK. Not sure about Mitch McConnell. I don't know. They're kind of wheeling him around.
Bill
the
Cassidy is the question right now.
Is Bill Cassidy the question?
Yeah.
Bill Cassidy came out, though, I thought, and he said that he
was okay. Yeah.
He was okay. I think J.D. Vance had sort of plowed the way, made the way for RFK Jr., and he was really working the phone. So we'll see what happens today.
Okay, that's all coming up at 7:30 here.
On Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thank you, Joan. Every night at homework time, I thank the Lord for my friends at Xfinity Internet. Now, here at my house, we can stay connected with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed we need, and you can too with Xfinity. You know, over the holidays, I did all that fill-in work nationally and across the country. I can rely on Xfinity for my rock-solid internet that I use to do all of those shows. Now, homework and our jobs, they do not wait for the internet to work. You need a reliable connection even when everyone is online and working. I do rely on Xfinity. At home during the afternoon, I am either doing a show, I'm doing show prep, Riker's online, he's playing games, he's doing homework, and of course, Amy works at home as well. We all rely on rock-solid internet from Xfinity. If you're on the go, you can stay connected with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. So get the best Wi-Fi for your life, whether it's doing homework with the kids or work for the paycheck. Rock-solid internet is only a phone call away with Xfinity. To get started, always tell them Dan told you to reach out at 1-800-XFINITY, online at xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. 728, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Should Donald Trump be negotiating with Iran? It's, again, not just about nuclear weapons. It's about Israel and these terror attacks abroad and at home at some point. We could get hit with a terror attack. It is my official talk show host position that we need to make Iran as weak as possible and not offer them a deal. James Rosen asked this question of Caroline Levitt yesterday during the White House press briefing.
What gives the president any confidence that Iran will come to the table? And B, more fundamentally, why is the president interested in doing a deal with Iran instead of doing everything he can, perhaps short of U.S. military intervention, to try and hasten the end of what many of his own supporters regard as an evil regime?
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you have the nation's number one sponsor, the world's number one sponsor of terrorism, then, in my opinion, you don't make them stronger. This is what Caroline Levitt said.
Well, the president has made it very clear that he will never allow Iran to have nuclear capabilities. That is a red line that he has drawn, and he will not allow that to happen. But you asked why President Trump wants to make a deal. I would remind you, he's the master of the art of the deal. He is America's deal maker in chief. He leads from a position of securing peace through strength. And I think time and time again already, in just 4 weeks, we have seen the president being able to negotiate successful deals with our partners, our adversaries all around this world.
All right, so there you go. Take the poll on the YouTube feed. Find us, Super Talk 99.7 WTN, the Daily Dan poll. Do you agree with Donald Trump wanting to negotiate with Iran? A lot more straight ahead. 7:30, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 7:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. 36 degrees. It is overcast, and we have lots of rain, perhaps some severe weather moving in this weekend. We've got more in the forecast and with traffic coming up in just a moment. Tulsi Gabbard sworn in as the new director of national intelligence in the Oval Office yesterday. Next up today, it's a Senate confirmation vote for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as Health and Human Services Secretary.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. does appear to have the support he needs to be confirmed. One Republican, Senator Bill Cassidy, who was also a doctor, was on the fence. He expressed some concern about the misinformation that Kennedy has pushed surrounding vaccines. But Cassidy is up for re-election next year. He has now said that he will, in fact, be supporting Kennedy, keenly aware of the pressure he could face.
ABC's Rachel Scott reporting there. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin saying his team located $20 billion in tax funds that the Biden administration purposely wasted. Zeldin said he uncovered a video circulated 2 months ago in which a Biden appointee talked about, quote, tossing gold bars off the Titanic before Inauguration Day. Zeldin says he found the money parked in an outside institution, a bank, and he's calling now for that money to be returned and for any government agreement with that bank to be terminated. School vouchers are now state law. Governor Lee signed the Education Reform Act yesterday and then spoke with a bunch of school kids standing behind him.
I learned a long time ago that education changes the trajectory of a child's life forever. And today, we put in place a piece of legislation that will change the future of Tennessee forever.
Yeah, it grants 20,000 taxpayer-funded scholarships to families to use to help pay for private school. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here. May 2025 the year you get active again. Now, if you've been sidelined with chronic back, neck, and knee pain, check out my friends at the Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell. Now, I've been a client for over 10 years. I've never felt better. I arrived in Nashville over a decade ago, and I went through spinal decompression therapy for my chronic back pain at the time, and it really did help a lot. Every once in a while, I do need an adjustment, and Dr. Mitch fixes me right up. Now, right now, he's got a great deal for listeners to Nashville's Morning News. They're offering you the Big 47 offer in honor of our 47th President of the United States. That, my friends, 47% off spinal decompression. Now, they utilize the latest high-tech equipment in their state-of-the-art facility to provide effective non-surgical solutions. Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Ashley, they are committed to helping you overcome your chronic back, neck, and knee pain. So call them today. Tell them I told you to reach out. 615-246-5009. 615-246-5009. You can always find them online, painisbad.com. And this is a great time because you can take advantage of the big 47 offer. 47% off all non-surgical spinal decompression. I put my seal of approval on that deal.
It is an accident this morning. 24 the westbound lanes right after Harding Place exit 56. They have blocked off the right shoulder there. The lanes of the highway are, however, open. 24 the eastbound lanes. This is in Joelton at Whites Creek Pike. There's an accident blocking the shoulder on the right side there. And westbound 40, the on-ramp from I-24, that is a crash site as well. And the right shoulder of that on-ramp is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Dan Mandis here along with Joan Jones in the dust-encrusted news corner.
Yes.
KGB producing today. You want to hear some Scott Jennings?
Oh, I love Scott Jennings. Yeah.
Always.
Scott Jennings, of course, everyone knows that he has become a favorite of conservatives. Because,
the savior of CNN.
Yes, he is the lone voice of reason on CNN. The headline of this story is CNN host snaps back because the GOP, and they put this in air quotes, black sheep, Scott Jennings, challenges her over transparency and Elon Musk.
Well, look, Elon Musk, who doesn't need to do this, has You know, he could be doing anything else. He's got companies. He's the richest guy in the world.
Lots of people don't need to do this. It's not like
has decided to give his own time to a government of a country that he loves, that has given him all this opportunity. I take him at his word that he wants to be transparent, that he invites transparency. Obviously, everybody in the English-speaking world media is looking into him every single day. I would have no fear if I were him about Congress. He
hasn't been
asking questions and looking into it. I think they
but
are.
The definition of it is he's not been on the front end of this so far. He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be.
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of.
You know what's weird is he is. I mean, they've got the website up. They've got the Doge Twitter account up. And if you go to either one of those today, I think probably they've got a link over at the White House website as well. That's where they've got the receipts. We spoke about this yesterday. It's
Dan, if your eyes are closed, you don't see them.
Yeah, you know what it's like? It's almost like if you've got your hands over your ears and your eyes are closed and you're saying, he's the devil, he's the devil, he's the devil. Well, then it's hard to look at all of the evidence of clear fraud and abuse.
They just aren't.
I mean, the White House has provided.
You can make announcements, and he also did admit that he actually.
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
I don't think anyone should just believe that it's true. Do you think that people have taken kickbacks of tens of millions of dollars from USAID?
Here's what I think.
Do you believe?
You know what the funny thing is, Joan? Is that the CNN, where they fully believed for 4 years that Joe Biden was fit for the presidency, and they fully believed that the border was secure, taking the administration's word for it. But doggone it, we've got to hold Elon Musk accountable for his transparency, which he's being. But let's all be honest. The previous administration was anything but transparent.
We didn't know.
I think every year.
No, but don't accuse me of just like.
I'm just asking you. Do you believe that there is any level of fraud, waste, fraud, and abuse in the government?
No. That's not what you're asking me, and I'm going to ask the question. Don't accuse me of just like.
And so, if you believe that, do you believe that it's possible that they are finding and producing information about it? Of course,
that wasn't my question. My question was, by definition, they're not being transparent. They can continue to be successful.
What do you want them to do?
Provide data. If they're provide data that they have found people, everyone would want to know if someone has received kickbacks to the tune of tens of millions of dollars.
I don't disagree with you. I love the idea of data. I love the announcements. I love them putting out regular reports of what they're doing.
Have not.
And I love the idea of Congress also bringing them up to report to Congress on what they're finding, because ultimately Congress needs to be engaged in this as well. I have no problem with that, and I don't think they do either, and that's what I heard in his press conference yesterday.
Yeah, so it is fascinating to watch, because clearly CNN and a lot of these other Congress people, they have no defense. Either he's not being transparent, or this is not constitutional, or any other, or he's not the right guy that should be looking at this. The latest seems to be that he's not qualified. I mean, they keep going after Elon Musk, and you heard it right there, Joan, where she doesn't want to talk about, the anchor doesn't want to talk about what Elon Musk is finding.
Right.
They're just complaining about the transparency, and again, Elon Musk seems to me has been transparent. It's all there. And if they want to, mosey on down to wherever all of these documents are, they can. Just go ahead.
It's so easy.
It is easy. And so it's clear that what's happening now is that they're worried, they're scared, and you heard him talking about, and the news anchor talking about, if somebody's like on the take for millions of dollars, well, they are worried, like Maxine Waters.
The people of this country are being violated because all of our privacy is being taken up by Elon Musk and Trump, and we don't know what all they have on us.
Right. So you just heard the final thing that she said there, which is that we don't know what they have on us.
And we don't know what all they have on us.
Oh, I think
what
that
all they have on
the
us.
skeletons in that woman's closet must be like the Narnia. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, because I don't know what the Narnia is. But
well, no,
that's not. Yeah. Okay. Here's what I know. And KGB, you're right. People in Los Angeles, the ones that will actually do reporting on Maxine Waters, knows that she is corrupt as all get out. So I don't know if that was like a verbal typo for Maxine Waters, but I think Elon Musk, he's right to say, like he did yesterday that we covered extensively, how do these people have a couple $100,000 for a salary, yet they're millionaires? Somebody please explain that to us. And, you've got Nancy Pelosi, you've got Maxine Waters, you've got Elizabeth Warren, and it is Elizabeth Warren who is, I think, Elon Musk is talking about going after Elizabeth Warren, investigating Elizabeth Warren. But here's the deal, is that I think the guy that can launch a rocket and then catch it again as it's coming back down, I think he's pretty qualified to do this. He's using artificial intelligence. He's got his nerd squad. They're walking in. We talked yesterday about how they went into the Department of Education and just started combing through everything. And, the people at the Department of Education said they were terrified. These people could not work in the real world, because we've all worked, and certainly in radio, we've all worked in places where the new management comes in and heads start rolling right out the door. So I think it's funny. Caroline Levitt, of course, was asked about all of this, and she had some great things to say. She literally, Joan, I don't know if you saw this, she literally, if you listen to the press briefing yesterday,
yeah,
she had receipts literally in her hand.
And it seems to create like extra joy when somebody asks her about it, because she can hold it up and say, "Look, right here."
Do you know what this sound is?
Paper?
It's the sound of every time you hear a paper like crumple.
Yeah.
It's a Democrat head explodes.
Somebody get the duct tape.
There you go. 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN.
I'm Christy O'Brien.
7:45, your weather today, a high of 44, cloudy this morning. Going to be sunny by this afternoon. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So the Democrats, again, they are in panic mode. Senator Bill Hagerty was on with our own Matt Murphy yesterday, and I loved what he had to say.
I'm watching my colleagues' heads explode. The Democrat Party is withering away. I think they've got a 31% approval rating. They're lost at sea, and President Trump has just taken, he's taken the place by storm here. And as soon as they've got their pearl clutching and they're whining about one program that he's addressing, he's announced two more. They just can't keep up with him, and it's just been a delight to be up here pushing forward his nominees and supporting his efforts to turn America back around.
Yeah, yesterday, Tulsi Gabbard was confirmed. I think it was yesterday, right? And RFK, his vote is going to happen today.
Today, yep.
Hagerty was talking. What time is that vote? Do you know, Joan?
You know what? I was just looking for it. I'll let you know when I do find it.
All right. Hagerty was also talking about the effectiveness of Doge.
This Doge initiative is completely common sense. Elon Musk has gone in and made major transformational changes in other corporations. You think about Twitter. He went in and completely turned it around, did it with a fraction of the staff. You think about what he's accomplished with SpaceX. You think about these launches that he's been able to do. I went with Elon to a launch recently. He told me that he went from just bare ground to the point that he's built all of that infrastructure there and is able to catch a rocket on the way back down in 5 years. Do you think NASA could do that? Do you think the Chinese or the Russians could do that? Absolutely not. So the fact that President Trump has turned to someone like Elon, I think, just underscores the fact he wants the best and the brightest people helping him, and they are going to town, as they'd like to say,
absolutely.
in Washington.
Yep. And again, that is Senator Bill Hagerty on with our own Matt Murphy yesterday. And I got to tell you, he is right when he says that their heads are exploding. We were having some fun earlier with this Emmanuel Cleaver. He is a Democrat out of Missouri. And this was his response to Elon Musk yesterday.
Because I want to send a message to somebody. Elon, take your musty millions and musty Moscow rights to the moon. Because if you don't, we're going to stand up We're going to speak out.
Preacher alert.
We're going to march. We're going to do anything we need to do to make sure that the people of this country understand that the CFPB is for them. You get your musty hands off of our money or go to Moscow. You musty moo-moo-moo.
Musty moo-moo. You tell him, Emmanuel Cleaver, you must. The funny thing is, we were talking about this earlier, is he puts down he gives somebody else the microphone and everybody's patting him on the back like, nailed it.
You musty moo-moo-moo.
So, of course, now musty moo-moo-moo is trending on the socials. And it's just, when you look at how they're trying to respond to all this, it's clear. We're joking earlier about how now they have a $20 million reparations bill that Ayanna Pressley, one of the members of the squad, is going to be submitting in the House of Representatives, knowing that it's not going to go anywhere and knowing that people clearly are going to eye roll when they hear that because it's the same old bag of tricks.
Because I think it's a real fallacy that there's this alleged lack of transparency when it comes to Doge. President Trump and Elon Musk have been incredibly transparent on what Doge is doing. There is an X account with the Doge handle. They are tweeting out what they are doing on a daily basis. They have a website where they are posting the receipts of the contracts that they are reviewing and the payments that they have stopped from going out the door. The secretaries of our departments have stopped from going out the door. As for the actual receipts, we are happy to provide them, and I actually brought some today because all of you know I love to bring the receipts. We have contracts upon contracts that we can send and provide this information to you. Let me be very clear. We are not trying to hide anything. We have been incredibly transparent and we will continue to be. These are screenshots of contracts that Doge found across our government. This is a DEI contract, $36,000 for U.S. citizenship and immigration services. That is against the president's policies and his America First agenda. This is a $3.4 million contract, a Council for Inclusive Innovation at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, Department of Commerce, another DEI contract that Doge identified. I can continue to go through these. Oh, I love this one. $57,000 for climate change in Sri Lanka.
And it's funny, like every day, there's another one, by the way. I'm going to, maybe I'll get into it in the 8 o'clock hour. But there's so many just ridiculous examples out there. And the reaction by the Democrats, of course, is what it is. But the more that they scream, the more that they shout, the more that they, try to call Elon Musk names, the more they only make themselves look really silly. And again, you heard Caroline Levitt. She had the receipts, and they've got the website up. They've got the X feed up, and so the receipts are there. As Scott Jennings said, they just don't want to look. It is 7:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Speaking of looking. My life is so much better thanks to Dr. Horn and Vision for Life. Now, my vision, as you know, friends, had been getting worse for years, and I knew that I did need to make a change. Deciding where to go for vision correction can be complicated, and it does take research. I started asking around and looking online, and one name kept coming up, Dr. Horn at Vision for Life. Now, their reviews are incredible, with many people sharing life-changing stories about their procedures. Dr. Horn has been selected by his peers as one of the best physicians, one of the best eye surgeons, and one of the top 250 premier cataract surgeons in America. Now, most recently, he was voted Nashville's best ophthalmologist. Now, after learning all of this and discussing lens replacement with Dr. Horn, I knew that this was the guy that I was going to go with for my own cataract surgery. Now, this has been a great deal for me. It'll be a great deal for you as well. I had both eyes finished last week. I'll be sharing my vision correction journey with you every step of the way. So far, I am at 20/20, and I couldn't be happier. My only regret is that I didn't do this long ago. Now, if you're suffering from vision issues, I recommend calling Vision for Life. That phone number is 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. You can always find them online, visionforlife.com. 7:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. Aaron sent this to me. This stuff is getting so crazy. So apparently, and I'm looking for the audio, but apparently Mike Lawler, a Republican out of New York, is saying that he has now uncovered USaid paid $3 million to a Gaza rapper to create anti-Semitic music.
What?
That's what he's saying. He said it on Morning Joe.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm looking for some audio that I can use, but how am I speechless? You can only say this is stupid so many times before you're just run out of things to say about how absurd this is.
And right now, there's the House is holding this hearing on the USaid spending.
Yes.
Really interesting how, all it is the left saying, what, they took it away. How could they take it away? And people around the world, children around the world are not getting their medicine.
Children are starving in Africa. It's about the world's kids. B and S. That's the kind of stuff that the Democrats and the media always do, right? Oh, it's for, pearl clutching. Oh, it's for the children. No, it's not for the children. It is for your own warped sense of how you want to spend American taxpayer dollars.
Wow.
And whether we're talking about kickbacks or whatever. Yes, Joan.
The person who's testifying right now is Max Primorak. He's a former USaid acting COO, and he's ripping apart what USaid had become.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay, you know
it
what?
Just ended, yeah.
Okay, you know what? Let's see if I can find some clips on X. And I'll play some of those clips coming up in the next hour. I would love to hear it. Yeah, you said it just ended. You're right. He just walked away. But I'm going to see if I can find some of those clips. I'm sure that they're out there. It doesn't take a lot of turnaround time.
Yeah.
But $3 million to a Gaza rapper to create anti-Semitic music.
That's our money. That's the tax dollars that you and I go to work for every day, and that's how it's being used.
Well, and here's the thing, is that we have, over the past couple of days, I've had, I think, 3 or 4 people where I've found the audio and played audio where they're describing what USaid has been spending the money on. And here's the other thing, is that they're basically whistleblowers, but nobody's listening to them. Because it's the Democrats who have been and continue to try to protect USaid. So got a lot more straight ahead. By the way, reaction to one of my earlier monologues about how former Obama administration officials are actually looking at Donald Trump and saying, you know what? Dude's doing what we should have done. Details straight ahead. A lot more to come. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Temperatures keep dropping here. We're down to 35 now with some overcast skies. Our high temp today, just 38 degrees. We've got more in weather and traffic coming up right after the news. Got a heads up for you. It is at 9:30 Central Time this morning that RFK Jr.'s confirmation vote will take place for him to lead the Health and Human Services. Again, that's 9:30 this morning. If you want to check it out, we'll have the results here, of course, right here on WTN. In other news, the window is now closed. President Trump said he closed out the buyout program designed to shrink the number of government employees after a ruling from a judge who said that program, which offered workers 8 months of pay if they resign, could move ahead.
The president has directed Musk and his team to significantly cut staffing and limit hiring across all federal agencies.
We have to make our government smaller, more efficient, more effective, and a lot less expensive.
The White House closing its buyout offer to some 2 million federal workers with the choice to resign now or run the risk of being fired. Trump telling me this week the Americans who opted in will be paid.
ABC's Rachel Scott reporting. Meantime, the Department of Justice filed suit against the state of New York, Governor Kathy Hochul, and Attorney General Letitia James over the state's sanctuary laws, which limit or forbid police to cooperate with ICE. Here's Attorney General Pam Bondi.
New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today.
The lawsuit also targeting the head of the Department of Motor Vehicles. New York police officers are not allowed to ask for immigration status during traffic stops. Right now, Tennessee lawmakers are considering a bill that would only allow driver's licensing test to be administered in English. No interpreters, no translation dictionaries. WSMV's Holly Thompson.
So there is a House and a Senate version of this bill. Right now, Tennessee offers the written test in English, Spanish, German, Korean, and Japanese. Translation dictionaries are allowed. Interpreters, though, are not. More than 12,000 written exams are taken in another language each year.
One of the sponsors, Kip Capley, says road signs and other critical traffic information is primarily in English. So his bill is about safety on the roads. More arrests could be coming in the case of a huge heist of designer sunglasses from Sunglass Hut stores in Tennessee and South Carolina. Those glasses ended up being shipped via UPS to a home in Miami. Police showed off those sunglasses worth millions of dollars yesterday.
People might think this just affects Sunglass Hut. It does not. This affects every single consumer that goes out there and is trying to buy these items out there.
Three Miami men were arrested in Smyrna 2 weeks ago as part of that investigation. That is the latest news. I've got traffic and weather coming up next. WTN News. Well, we've got an accident in Jolton. It's on 24, the eastbound lanes, right at Whites Creek Pike. Also in Hermitage, an accident on 40, the westbound lanes at Stewart's Ferry Pike. And at the eastern split this morning, a crash on the right shoulder of the on-ramp. It's the I-40 westbound on-ramp from 24. One more accident to tell you about this morning. That one's in Nashville. It's on Lebanon Pike at Spence Lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
.806 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. So, Joan, you and I were talking about this USAID congressional hearing, and the usual hijinks and shenanigans.
Are
happening, and
I have it. Do you want me to play some of that?
I've got it too.
Okay,
why
good.
don't you have the opening whistle and all that? This is what it sounds like. You've got all these protesters that have infiltrated, and including a particularly short-haired woman.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee. My name is Max Primorak. I am a senior research fellow at the Heritage Foundation. I previously served at the U.S. Agency for International.
There you go.
restore AIDS now. PEPFAR saves lives. Restore AIDS funding now. PEPFAR saves
And they're just.
Because they're being carried out.
I'm not the one for violence, but I would love to see a tackle, full sprint at these people.
Well, there are times when a baton is appropriate. That's all I'm saying. Oh, there you go. They're just grabbing this guy, and
it's too gentle.
Are you watching this?
Manhandling?
They are manhandling, as and out they go. You know what I want to? And people are asking this question.
There's an explanation after that.
Go.
Did you keep on playing that because there's an explanation?
was one of the many programs
Hold
that.
on.
I guess these guys don't watch the news. They didn't realize that PEPFAR was one of the many programs that did prove to be life-saving. So the funding was restored. Somebody better give them a link to, I don't know, maybe Fox News or something like that. You may resume your opening statement.
Oh my God, that reminds me of Just Stop Oil when they were trying to stop a truck and they thought it was an oil truck and it was cooking oil.
Yeah. Well, you know,
Same thing.
These folks aren't necessarily known for their research or their smarts, and so. Yeah, and you were saying, Joan, that that particular guy who was giving his testimony, I don't see that a lot of audio has come out yet, unless you have some.
I do.
Of his testimony. Go ahead. I have not heard it yet, so why don't you go ahead and just play some from this guy who is testifying. He, I guess, used to work for USAID.
He did. He was the former COO, and now he works for the Heritage Foundation. So this is a little bit of that. Now, it may just be picking up where those protesters just got kicked out.
Chairman, I previously served at the U.S. Agency for International Development and the U.S. Department of State. I've dedicated 35 years to international relations work. The views I express here today are my own. President Donald Trump's decision to shutter USAID reflects the agency's loss of bipartisan support in Congress and the trust of the American people. It exposes a bureaucracy that went off the ideological rails and no longer reflects the will or the values of the American people. What should be and must be an effective tool of U.S. foreign policy has turned into a partisan global vehicle focused on spending money rather than achieving concrete outcomes aligned with American interests and on imposing radical social ideas that divide us at home and spur resentment abroad.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, he's just laying it down.
Yeah, he sure is.
Well, and this guy's from the Heritage Foundation?
He is now. He now works for the Heritage Foundation.
There's a lot of people.
A senior research fellow.
You know what? I'll try to get him on tomorrow.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, we'll try and get him on tomorrow because I would love to hear from him about not only, you know, his experiences with USAID, but also his testimony. Something tells me that, you know, he's probably spending a lot of time with the big boys at the network here in the next couple of days. But we'll see if we can get a few moments of his time. While you look for other audio bites, I do want to play this audio. I played it earlier, had a lot of reaction to it from these guys that used to work in the Obama administration, and they're watching. They're watching what Trump is doing. They're watching what Elon Musk is doing. And they're frustrated, and they're angry, and they're upset, and they're annoyed. But you know why? They're annoyed because they didn't do this themselves when they worked for Obama.
He is moving so fast. They are doing a lot. It's not just the perception of it. They hit the ground running in a serious way. It's like genuinely impressive in a dark and sinister way, but it's nonetheless impressive. And if you're turning on the news every day and hearing about all these different things Trump is doing and all the different criticisms coming out of it, you may not like all of it, but like in comparison to how people felt about Joe Biden being basically absent, I imagine for a lot of people it's a welcome change.
It does have to be painful to be, if you are a Democrat who is watching all of this going on, and you're watching this screeching of Maxine Waters, you're watching this screeching of Elizabeth Warren, you're hearing that ridiculous song that we played yesterday, all of us played yesterday, Whose Side Are You On? If you're a Democrat and you're watching all of this as Trump gets stuff done, I do wonder how you feel about your party right about now, because your only answer is to call Elon Musk the D word, which was part of our coverage this morning, or to file yet another bill in the House of Representatives calling for reparations. I mean, please. So these guys get it. This is the Pod Save America podcast, which is, again, a bunch of Obama-era Democrats, and they're progressives, and they're admitting that Trump is getting stuff done. And I said forever that the debt and the deficit was killing us, but beyond the money being spent, it is now what that money is being spent on, and USAID is telling us that. And so for all of the stories about how much was spent on DEI and regime change and propaganda peddling across the world, the border was, of course, left unprotected, and we were spending all of that unaccountable money in Ukraine. And that's part of the problem.
The energy, and he's signing things, and he's affecting all that. I think that is playing extraordinarily well.
It's like you don't want to seem like you're opposed to government efficiency, but obviously now they're just rampaging through like the government Venmo and shutting it off left and right.
I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just lamenting our situation.
Me too. No, I felt the same way because I've seen the messaging memos, and it's like...
Yeah, it's like the people are siding with Donald Trump on this. I mean, I think there's been polling. Didn't I have polling yesterday where it showed that the American people agreed with Donald Trump and Elon Musk at what they're doing? So I don't know. For these guys, they understand that their party looks really bad, especially after the last 4 years. We are seeing Elon and Trump getting things done while the Democrats are dying on the vine, screaming and acting like absolute fools. We were laughing. I mean, part of the fun is laughing at the Democrats, again, from Maxine Waters to those ridiculous union members singing yesterday.
Which side are you on?
It is silly. Now, yesterday, Doge announced a total of $150 million in categories related to media, DEI, and consulting that they have found. And I think I'm hearing anywhere from upwards of $500 billion to $1 trillion will ultimately be saved. Elon Musk and Caroline Levitt, they are posting the receipts, by the way. There's a meme out there, and it is true. Doge is not coming after your money. They're coming after the people stealing your money. And that's true. Now, Elon Musk posted that he is considering investigating Elizabeth Warren and her wealth. We could do a Daily Dan poll on that. It would be 100%. Absolutely go after Elizabeth Warren and listen to Elon Musk as he talks about Elizabeth Warren and all of these other people in Congress who their salary is a couple $100,000, yet they are multimillionaires. And these former Obama guys, they know it.
You know, the young people, Gen Z, they like Doge and what Elon's doing because, you know, they see government as sclerotic and inefficient, and they like the move fast and break things ethos, and they want to get stuff done, and they like the results. And it's like, yeah, yes, of course, we all want that. We all know that government is slow. We all know that government can be inefficient. We all know that the bureaucracy can be bloated. We all worked in the White House. We tried to reorganize the government. We tried to find efficiency. It's hard to do.
And honestly, some of this is pretty annoying because it's some of the stuff we should have done.
Right, yeah.
You know, you could do some of this.
Yeah. I like how he says that Donald Trump and the Republicans are running around and breaking things, because that's what the Democrats said that they wanted to do during the campaign with Kamala Harris. But can you imagine if Trump didn't bring Elon in? Can you imagine if Donald Trump did not win the election? We would still be spending all of this money that needn't be spent, waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, the latest from Doge, apparently this morning, the Department of Defense paid Reuters $9 million for a large-scale social deception, otherwise known as propaganda. So that story is out there as well. And earlier we were telling you that apparently USaid, according to Mike Lawler out of New York, a congressman, apparently we spent $3 million for a rapper based in Gaza so that $3 million so that he could rap songs that were anti-Semitic. Unbelievable. 8:17, little late. Time to check the roads on WTN. (8:17) Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And Joan has been busily cutting up some great audio from some of the testimony from that guy from the Heritage Foundation. Great audio coming up in the news here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Pam Bondi. So, she was confirmed. And she is talking tough. I haven't given this story its due because I think that this is a great story, a big story. As Pam Bondi, I can hear the hue and cry of the Democrats now. Oh, Donald Trump is going after his political enemies. No, he's not. Pam Bondi is going after the state of New York and its governor, Kathy Hochul, and the state attorney general, Letitia James, because they are doing everything they can to thwart mass deportations.
We're here today because we have filed charges against the state of New York. We have filed charges against Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against Letitia James and Mark Schroeder, who is with DMV. This is a new DOJ, and we are taking steps to protect Americans, American citizens, and angel moms, like the mom standing right behind me, who you're going to hear from in a moment.
Yep. I mean, that is, she is surrounded by all of these angel moms. And of course, you friends, you folks know what an angel mom is, right? An angel mom is somebody who has lost a son or a daughter, a loved one, at the hands of an illegal alien in this case. And so Pam Bondi, she was saying, all right, so you know what? We sued Chicago. Now we're going after New York. Who's going to be next?
As you know, we sued Illinois. New York didn't listen. So now you're next. Millions of illegal aliens with violent records have flooded into our communities, bringing violence and deadly drugs with them.
Yeah, and listen, she's absolutely right. And obviously, it's cliche to say now because everybody is saying it, but it is true that what Letitia James and Kathy Hochul are doing they are siding with murderous, rampaging, raping, illegal aliens over the American people. Friends, you know it. I know it. Pam Bondi knows it.
And that's why President Trump has directed this to stop. And if you don't comply with federal law, we will hold you accountable. We did it to Illinois. Strike one. Strike two is New York. And if you are a state not complying with federal law, you're next. Get ready.
I want it to be Pennsylvania. Now, the reason why, because I know some people, I said this earlier, this was the reaction I got. I said they need to go after Pennsylvania next. And people are saying, why would you go after Pennsylvania? Donald Trump won that state. Well, yeah, he won that state, which means that the people of Pennsylvania that voted for Donald Trump are looking at the sanctuary city of Philadelphia, and they want those politicians in Philadelphia who are still saying and clinging to that sanctuary city status, they want them to be charged. They want them to be held accountable. Because as the good people of Colorado found out, you had all these Tren de Aragua types in Denver. They were imported into Denver. And then where did they end up? They ended up in Aurora, just outside of Denver. In other words, obviously, these murderous, rampaging, raping illegal aliens that are also, drug pushers and the cartels and all that, Well, if they're willing to cross an entire, how many different nations to come here over the desert and so forth, they'll leave that sanctuary city like Philadelphia and go and impact the suburbs of Pennsylvania, where many people voted for Donald Trump.
They put their lives on the line every single day.
She's talking about law enforcement who are also behind her.
To protect us. And what New York has, they have green light laws, meaning they're giving a green light to any illegal alien in New York where law enforcement officers cannot check their identity if they pull them over. Law enforcement officers do not have access to their background. And if these great men and women pull over someone and don't have access to their background, they have no idea who they're dealing with. And it puts their lives on the line every single day. Violent criminals, gang members, drug traffickers, human smugglers will no longer terrorize the American people. And that is why we are here today. You will be held accountable if you do not follow federal law. It's over, it ends, and we're coming after you.
Love it. Pam Bondi talking tough. And I know that I speak for all of us when we say, thank the Lord that Pam Bondi was confirmed. And we'll continue our coverage here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Valentine's Day is coming up, and Brentwood Jewelry makes it easy to get your loved one something fantastic. Now, at Brentwood Jewelry, they've got all things Valentine's Day with earrings and necklaces and watches and rings, even custom-designed pieces. This is your place for all things jewelry. Now, again, Valentine's Day is tomorrow, so if you want to do some panic shopping, go to Brentwood Jewelry. Now, these folks simply will not disappoint you or your loved one. And if you think that you might be proposing, well, they can take the stress out of selecting the perfect engagement ring, and it's going to be within your budget. And yes, they can also custom design a ring as remarkable as your loved one. And guys, just so you know, a lot of guys do involve their partners when picking out that ring, and many women say they actually want to help pick it out. They do want to be part of that process. So check out my friends at Brentwood Jewelry for everything you need to make this Valentine's Day incredible for both of you. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com. Exceptional styles, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Brentwood Jewelry, 615-737-9986. The super text line is open. Find us on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, 997WTN.com. That's where you can watch us online. I prefer you go to YouTube. You can take the Daily Tan poll there. We'll talk about that straight ahead. 824, Joan Jones has the news coming up at 8:30.
Dan, more on that USAID House committee meeting that took place this morning. Also a terror attack in Munich, Germany just this morning. In the hours before, Vice President J.D. Vance is set to speak at a world conference there. That's all coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Chad Benson tries to fill in the answers just for you.
Even the powers that be who thought they knew didn't know all the answers. And if you're going to do something like this, you should at least have some of the answers.
The Chad Benson Show, today from noon to 3 and streaming on the Super Talk 99.7 WTN app. Federal Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Christy O'Brien.
826 Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, they're keeping you warm this winter with some great deals for listeners to Nashville's Morning News. You can get a free air duct cleaning when you buy a new, complete whole home AC, or how about a free air duct cleaning package upgrade? You buy the middle package, you are automatically upgraded to the deluxe, or maybe a free furnace checkup with any heating repair service. Every month, Busy Bee has new and inventive ways to save you money, because that's what it's all about with Busy Bee, saving you money. That is why I have been a Beehive member for so many years. Now, when you're a Beehive member, you save money in the long run because you are maintaining your HVAC along the way. There's all kinds of other benefits as well. Find a whole list online at busybeehvac.com, busybeehvac.com. Busy Bee is a great company with their more than satisfied promise. So call them to get started. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-775-7833. busybeehvac.com.
Looking for the most thoughtful, most romantic gift this Valentine's Day? Hi, I'm Nadia Genizer, Vice President at Genesis Diamonds Green Hills, and love is what we do best. Whether it's a simple pendant, a pair of dazzling earrings, or an exquisite, one-of-a-kind designer ring, Genesis Diamonds is here to help you choose a gift that will make this Valentine's Day truly unforgettable. And to make it even sweeter, when you spend $399 or more now through Valentine's Day, we're giving you a bouquet of fresh flowers from Jenny's, delicious chocolates, and a gift card for dinner at Fancy Pants Restaurant, all at no charge. You get breathtaking jewelry, plus the extras that show just how much you care. So don't wait. Visit Genesis Diamonds today and explore our unmatched collection of engagement rings, necklaces, bracelets, and more. Let our experts help you find the perfect gift, a symbol of your love, now and forever. Hurry in. This offer only available for a limited time and while supplies last. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills, and Cool Springs.
Folks, this is Paul.
Here's where I am on it, Matt.
This report brought to you by Efficient HVAC.
$8:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Throughout the morning, I've been playing some great audio with Senator Bill Hagerty, who was on with our own Murphy show yesterday, and a lot of great substantive questions. And Hagerty was ultimately announcing that he was going to run for re-election for the Senate.
Here's where I am on it, Matt. I've worked my heart out for 4 years to get to the point where we are today, where we have control of the White House again, where we have a majority in the United States Senate and in the House of Representatives. The next 4 years, I believe, Matt, can be the most transformative that anybody in politics could experience in their lifetime. And I've worked closely with President Trump as a member of his last administration. I worked very closely with him to help him get back into position again. And I worked very closely with many of my colleagues to get them into a position so that with this majority, we can make a real difference for America. I love the state of Tennessee. There's no greater honor than to represent it, and I'm looking forward to representing Tennessee and also doing everything I can to help our great nation over the course of the next several years, both the next 4 years with President Trump and beyond.
All right, so that is Senator Hagerty announcing here on WTN that he will be running for re-election in the Senate. It is 8:31, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Just a reminder here that the confirmation vote for RFK Jr. as HHS Secretary takes place this morning. It'll happen at 9:30 Central Time, and it is expected that he will pass that vote. We'll keep an eye on it for you. The House convened a committee meeting on President Trump's gutting of USAID, with ranking member Gregory Meeks having his say about the president's aim of getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse.
Because if you really care about waste, fraud, and abuse, you don't illegally fire 21 independent inspector generals in the dark of night. You don't fire the head of the government ethics office. Just this week, President Trump fired USAID's independent inspector general.
However, the former COO of USAID, Max Primorak, said that the group's good intentions were corrupted.
But USAID's obsession with identity politics, gender fluidity, population control, and climate fanaticism undermined these goals. Americans are now aware of massive waste, fraud, and abuse of their money. Every single project was corrupted by this radical agenda.
Primorak is now a senior research fellow at the Heritage Foundation. At least 27 people were injured in Munich, Germany, just hours ago after a man drove a car into a crowd. Now, the incident comes just hours before Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will arrive in the city for a security conference that's set to take place tomorrow. Police are calling it a suspected attack. That car was driven by a 24-year-old man from Afghanistan who police say they have captured, and they say he poses no further threat. The Munich Security Conference, which is an annual meeting of politicians and defense officials from across the world, is set to get underway tomorrow amid a large police presence and tight security protocol. We'll have more information on this as we learn it throughout the morning. That is the latest news. We have traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:33, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. The Crisscross is coming up next. Dan Mandis here, and look, we're all getting older, and so many of us simply are not where we want to be. You know, we can eat right, we can exercise, but the reality is that sometimes we need a little help. And my friends at Contours in Cool Springs, they are here to help both men and women lose body fat and so much more. Their ultra slim body contouring guarantees that you'll lose a couple of inches or that first treatment is free. It is non-invasive, doesn't hurt, and the results are instant. I have gone through the process. It did work. Now, you know, they also do facials at Contours. Valentine's Day is tomorrow. Now, these facials at Contours, they're revitalizing, and their red light therapy is going to tighten your skin and restore your natural glow. Now, remember, again, Contours is for both women and men, and you should check them out today online, contoursllc.com. By the way, again, that red light therapy facial, it would make a great Valentine's Day gift. So call them today, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. You can find them online anytime, contoursllc.com to schedule.
Experience a pain-free life with the Wellness Institute of Nashville. It's Joan here, and the Wellness Institute of Nashville is offering the Big 47 offer in honor of our 47th President of the United States. 47% off spinal decompression. They utilize the latest high-tech equipment in their state-of-the-art facility to provide effective non-surgical solutions. Call today, 615-246-5009, or visit painisbad.com to take advantage of the Big 47 offer. 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. And I put my seal of approval on that deal. Okay, it's a little bit of trouble here on 40, the westbound on-ramp from westbound I-24. There's a crash, and it's blocking off the right shoulder of that on-ramp this morning. Nashville, Lebanon Pike at Spence Lane, there's an accident, and Lebanon Pike at Tulip Grove Road in Hermitage, the scene of another accident. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:35, Dan Mandis here. You know, I used to worry about the chemicals that carpet cleaning companies use on my carpets, and that is why I switched to Zero Res years ago. Now, at Zero Res, they clean your carpets with powered water, no harsh chemicals, no soap, and no residue. Zero Res is safe for my kids and my pets, and that is why I use Zero Res, and I have been for years. Now, the science behind Zero Res and their water cleaning agents is much healthier than using those soaps and detergents that those other companies use, and that is the Zero Res difference. And again, that's why I've been a customer of Zero Res for years. Using Zero Res will also help with smelly carpet and your allergies as well. Now, right now, a great deal going on for the month of February. Zero Res is offering you 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for $109. Again, let me repeat that. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for $109, $50 off of air duct cleaning as well. Restrictions may apply. Call them for the Dan deal. 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. Always book online, ZeroResNashville.com.
This report is sponsored by Zenchi Handcrafted Sushi, a convenient grab-and-go meal. Find Zenchi at your local Publix.
.837, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Time for the crisscross. I guess we're actually going to call this now. I guess I had a aneurysm or something, and I called it the crisscross.
Crisscross applesauce, baby.
So we're gonna call this crisscross. So I'll start wearing my pants backwards.
I love it. I love it.
You know,
how's it? It's been a week without the glasses.
It has been a week without the glasses. Do you know what? I'm finally getting used to the way that I look.
You're not like
without the glasses.
You're not trying to take them off anymore.
No, that is still a thing. I'm still trying. I did that this morning, as a matter of fact.
Do you find yourself leaving the house and you're like, where did I put my glasses?
It's not leaving the house. It's usually when I wake up. And when I wake up or when I'm going into the shower, I would always obviously take off my glasses. So I do find myself doing that often. If I'm sitting down for a nap, I want to take them off. But as far as my eyesight goes, I mean, I am 20/20, maybe even beyond. I am beyond happy with Dr. Horn and Vision for Life. So,
well, and I've noticed you've had
look at the camera while doing this.
You've had an amazing lack of head wounds from
good point.
Do you know what's so funny?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, Joan, you don't know my history of head wounds in KGB.
I've heard about it. We talk about it in
haven't heard
social
about
circles.
this.
So there was it's been like years where I'm like Les Nessman, and I bump into things.
A WKRP in Cincinnati reference.
And
wow.
I was like, I'd have bandages on my head all the time.
Yeah.
And it happened at
It happened at the State of the Union.
The State of the Union. And Joan, I was at a hotel in Washington, D.C. at the State of the Union, 3 o'clock in the morning. And actually, it was more like 2 o'clock. And Grandpa gets up to go to the bathroom. Can't find it. But what I did find was the corner. And I mean, when I say that I was wandering around, this is like almost, it's like what was really going on, controversial kind of a thing.
Right.
I'm walking around a Washington, D.C. hotel room at 2 o'clock in the morning with a massive bleeding gash on my head.
Not
Blood
the first
trail
time
and
it's
all.
happened in D.C.
Yeah.
It's like you just went through a Hell in a Cell match or something like that.
I don't know. Well, it was awful. And then I couldn't find anybody. So, but you know what? I do firmly believe that I was concussed. I do believe that I hit it that.
Was it before or after?
We heard the show
State
that
of the
morning.
Union.
It was concussed.
It was a concussed show.
A concussed show.
No, it was actually
you didn't go
really,
to sleep or anything,
It was
did
a
you?
really good show. I also had very little sleep. So it was a nightmare. I couldn't find anybody. Best part was there's nobody at the front desk. So I can't find, I'm like, blood is like all over the place.
You were at a good hotel.
I actually was at a good hotel. I don't know what they were doing.
Did they bill you for the blood?
No, they didn't bill me for the blood or the cleanup.
Okay,
but
good.
I mean, you could find it was like a blood trail from my room all the way down the elevator to the front desk.
Wow.
And back.
This is the hotel from The Shining you were at?
My wife texted me and she said, I think Band-Aid on a cruise, Dan, was my favorite.
Band-Aid on a cruise?
You got a head wound on the cruise, too.
Yeah.
When you were on that Disney cruise.
What did I do?
Oh, that's his fault. He went on a Disney cruise.
I did something, and it wasn't a Disney cruise. It was a Royal Caribbean, and I forget what I did on the Disney. Now you have me doing it.
We're gonna do the Simpson meme in here. We're gonna get a days without a head wound, and we're gonna add. We're gonna keep it going.
Do you know what my favorite head wound was? I've told this story
favorite
before.
head wound.
My favorite head wound. Riker, when he was like 4 or 5. He had these like big Legos, they're big Legos. And so I'm trying to desperately teach this kid how to play catch with me. And so I'm gently sort of tossing it to him. He, of course, can't catch it. But finally, he decided, as I wasn't looking because I'd given up, he hurls this Lego at me, hits me flat in the head.
Oh.
With the corner of this big Lego, and I'm bleeding.
Well, you had it coming.
Head wounds bleed a lot.
It's like Randy Johnson versus the Bird.
Yes, that was what it was like. I was on the one hand excited that he finally decided to throw the Lego back as we're trying to, play catch.
Wait, you were playing catch with the Lego?
Yes.
Well, that's your fault, honestly.
We didn't have any balls in the house.
Pause.
Oh no!
Someone, I need someone, for the love of God, clip that. Send it to me, and I'm gonna play that.
That's your job. That's your job.
Listen, Jeff.
Almost the end of the show.
You mustard moo.
Yeah.
Have you heard this audio?
At least there's balls in my house.
So when I heard him say, you musty moo-moo, I thought to myself, is this the second member of Congress we're watching have a stroke right now?
Yes, that's what it sounds like.
You mustard moo.
Now, for folks that have, and the best part about that video is, I think I tweeted it out, but the best part of that video is when he gives up the mic and everybody's like, oh, you crushed it.
Nailed it.
Now, just so folks know, this is Emmanuel Cleaver. And as I pointed out earlier, some of these guys, this dude is 80 years old.
Yeah.
And he just noticed this about Mr. Musty Moo Moo audio is he's having trouble forming a sentence until he gets into preacher mode.
Because I want to send a message to somebody. Elon, take your musty millions and musty Moscow rights to the moon. Because if you don't, we're going to stand up.
Here it comes.
We're going to speak out.
Sing it.
We're going to march. We're going to do anything we need to do to make sure that the people of this country understand that the CFPB is for them. You get your musty hands off of our money or go to Moscow. You musty moo.
Wait, what did he say before Musty Moo Moo? Moscow?
Yeah, you got to go to Moscow.
Oh, he meant Moscow.
Musty hands off of our money or go to Moscow. You must.
Mouse cow?
It sounds like mouse cow.
It does. He says mouse cow.
And I know my Moscows.
Mm-hmm.
That is not how you say it.
So, yeah.
I thought he was randomly throwing out Russia insults.
I don't understand, and I'm genuinely curious. I'm going to ask maybe this is an older thing or a younger thing. Is musty hands a thing? Is that like an insult that you hurl at people?
No.
It is not.
I wouldn't.
No.
Okay.
I would be more worried why he said that than anything else if someone said that
It's probably
to
the
me.
first time I've heard musty in conversation. And
you're musky, but not musty.
Yeah.
Musty?
Is that the same thing as musky?
Well, musty, okay, so...
Musty, having a stale,
If you
moldy,
are-
or damp smell.
Okay, so I'm just going to say...
So
musty-
Cleaver
If you've
smells
got-
musky.
If
Musty
you've got,
moo-moo.
if you got elderly grandparents and they've got a lot of old clothes in their closet and the mothballs and stuff, that's what musty smells like. Am I wrong?
It's like George Costanza's dad's cabana clothes.
Yes, that's exactly right. Joan, back me up on this.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, so there you go.
By the way, you were talking about the Kennedy senator earlier, and I just the Seinfeld reference triggered my name, triggered my memory. Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Are we talking about Elaine?
Yeah. We are.
Mm-hmm.
Is she a radical leftist?
Yes.
Really?
Oh, you didn't know this?
I didn't.
You just broke Chris's heart a little bit.
That's disappointing.
Yeah.
I didn't know. See, I'm going to be honest and admit, I didn't know that she was a radical leftist either. I've never heard her speak.
Because Seinfeld's been pretty base. Seinfeld's been pretty base lately himself. He got like attacked about the comedian with cars. He's like, all your guests are white. And he goes, oh, are they? All my guests are funny, actually.
Wasn't she part of the DNC announcing Biden as the candidate in 2020? Wasn't she a part of that?
There is a YouTube video. Actor Julia Louis-Dreyfus supporting Kamala Harris drags Trump.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she wanted to be part of the club. I love Jerry Seinfeld. Jerry Seinfeld, the other thing that I loved was when he would have the hecklers and he's up on stage and they get up and they start yelling, anti-Semitic stuff. And he just absolutely roasts them.
Yeah. I remember that.
Oh, you're back. And it's like he's joking around. And the thing that I loved about that is I'd been saying for a while, do you know how much money they spent to get those seats to scream for like 30 seconds before they're tackled and let out of the auditorium?
I mean, well, who knows if they spent it at this point? We might find out USAID bought those tickets.
Right. That would not surprise me in the slightest.
Also, if USAID is paying for anti-Semitic rappers, can we check Taylor Swift's bank account? Is there checks going to her as well for propaganda?
In there as well.
Good point.
You know what? You never know. You never know. And from what I hear, she probably needs the money.
Yeah.
Have you heard? So word on the street is, because I've got my ear to the street.
You do. Your finger's on the pulse.
That's exactly right. It's a rapidly fading pulse, but anyway. So you've got Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce realizing they're both now losers.
Yep,
right?
Huge losers.
Travis Kelce is a loser. Taylor Swift is a loser in the sense that
I know it pains you to say it, Dan.
Yeah, sure it does. She keeps supporting the wrong people, including Kamala Harris, whatever. And so now people are saying, because those two are so used to like winning, that now that both are losing, people are saying they might break up.
Oh no.
Yeah, wouldn't that be a shame?
I would be so sad.
Because then we'd have yet another album of Taylor Swift talking about ex-boyfriends.
Yeah.
But her cult would cause a riot. Like they would attack like everyone wearing a Kelce jersey or something like that. They're psychopaths.
Swifties are a little nuts. Actually.
A little.
I would rather deal with Hamas protesters than Swifties.
You know what? I'm Jewish. I would as well.
They are a rabid bunch. Every time I talk about her, I get. Not every time. There have been times where I've spoken about her, and a guy will say, "Hey, my daughter was in the car when you were bagging on Taylor Swift, and she was not happy."
Did you know that after the Super Bowl, Swifties went after one of the players on the Eagles, one of the Eagles players' moms has a shop in Philly or something like that, and they were purposely giving them bad reviews on like Yelp and stuff.
That's hilarious.
That
actually.
is funny. You know what? If Swifties are bagging on a place, I'm going to go to it.
Plus, honestly, that probably just works in reverse and gives them actually a bunch of good press.
That's exactly right.
But it's still like, that's so petty,
Yeah.
Well, but Taylor Swift is petty. I mean, Taylor. Well,
she's a
Cue the Swifties attacking our station.
Is what she is.
So what? Okay, so KGB, you sit down with the date, and she says that she really loves Taylor Swift. Are you going to let your feelings be known, or are you just going to say, "Oh yeah, her latest album was awesome"?
Oh no, I'll say I'm saying she's not my cup of tea. I won't like hold that against her. Fortunately, I usually date conservative women, so.
But see, okay, so I'm just going to tell you, you can be conservative. Well, I don't know anymore.
No, you can be conservative.
Can you be conservative and like Taylor Swift?
But I think you can't be a conservative and be a Swiftie. You know what I mean? Like,
there's many such cases.
Yeah. Name three.
Morgan McMichael, Alex Clark, and Isabel Brown.
All right, touche,
so they are conservatives who like Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't want to make this about me like I always do, but I will.
Dan Mandis, I got 4.
You got 4.
Well, Dan, after she supported Harris, you cried and ripped off the poster off your wall.
No, I never had a poster. Number one, nice job though. But no, I can still listen to her old music. I can, and I like her old music. So I can like the music without liking the artist. Although to be honest,
same thing with an actor.
Separate the artist from the art.
You can do that with actors too, for sure.
You know what? I can't do that. I'm not. I do not like Madonna anymore. Period. End of story.
Madonna's a psycho. Like that's
well-
a little different. She's psychotic. Like her face looks like a cat now. She dates like 19-year-olds. She tries to be sexy. It's she's horrifying.
She is horrifying. Like, and I don't know what you have against Madonna. Joan. I mean, there's many
she's
things.
had dreams of blowing up the White House.
Yeah,
remember that?
That's a terrorist act.
There's a lot of I understand that. I guess you have to be more specific. Is it the fun and frivolity that she had with the dog many years ago?
Oh.
Is it the leftist stuff? That's what I'm saying. You have to be more.
I think she's got a musty moo-moo.
It was
definitely does.
It was threatening to commit a terrorist act on our president. I think was the line for me.
Planting a kiss on Britney Spears. Remember that?
Didn't Britney not like that? Like
I don't know, but it was a ridiculous moment. It was just so attention grabbing.
I was a fan. I was like 15. I was like, heck yeah.
You know,
I want my MTV.
There's a couple.
MTV.
If you were a kid, there's a couple of very defining moments.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
Janet Jackson's
Yep.
Super Bowl thing.
That's still right
and
here.
the Madonna Britney Spears kiss.
That was me becoming a man. That Super
I
Bowl.
was shielding my son's eyes during that Super
I matured
Bowl.
very quickly that day.
Okay. So there was also the Michael Jackson, Lisa Marie Presley? Is that?
Yeah.
They kissed on stage during the VMI, MTV Awards, whatever it was.
Yeah.
I don't remember
that.
You know,
I remember him holding the baby over the railing.
Oh, yeah, I
remember that?
You know what's so
yeah.
funny? The kiss between Madonna and Britney Spears was more believable than Michael Jackson and his wife,
Certainly less revolting.
Lisa Marie Presley. Oh, man. All righty. Very good. 8:53, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Chris, what is coming up?
Well, we'll cover all the craziness from the Doge hearings yesterday, plus Donald Trump and Pam Bondi. Listen, I was holding out, tempering my expectations with Pam Bondi.
Oh, she is fire.
She's been awesome. Really, really been impressed with her. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about updates on the border. Did you hear Metro Nashville busted 2 guys from Houston and Louisville?
No.
Well, we'll talk about that on the way as well.
So, for you people listening on the radio, he winked.
I gave him a good wink.
Yeah, they're probably from.
I'd say Venezuela.
Okay, good.
Maybe Mexico. Maybe Mexico.
The great cover-up of Nashville's media continues.
They said we got what was the name? Like Jose Ibarra of Louisville. It's like, all right. All right.
Yeah, I did a story yesterday. They had arrested this guy, and his name was something Cabrera or whatever. And I just ended the story with, we don't know his immigration status because nobody's telling us.
Listen, it was okay. I'll spoil it.
Okay.
3.2 pounds of cocaine in a U-Haul. The driver was Raidel Abarlo of Houston.
Nice.
And Rafael Leon of Louisville.
He did that really
Was
well.
he going to the Biden house?
I don't know.
Did it have Hunter's name on the package?
51 intel agents said this isn't cocaine.
Yeah.
All right. How much is 3.5 pounds of cocaine? Is that like this big? Like my hands are what, 2 feet apart, 3
I don't
feet
know.
apart, whatever.
I usually use the metric system to measure my cocaine.
Joe, what's coming up?
An Afghan asylum seeker has been taken into custody, charged in a car ramming attack in Germany. Also, Nashville police convene a meeting on all those car thefts and break-ins all across the city. We've got those stories coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, 8:54. Dan Mandis here on Super Talk 99.7. Stoltzco. Now, listen, if you've got a piece of land, maybe some property that you don't know what to do with, check out my friends at Stoltzco. They are the premier pole barn builders in the state of Tennessee. Now, you know that putting up a pole barn from Stoltzco could increase the value of your land big time, and you can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building. Maybe you can just live in it. The thing is, a pole barn from Stoltzco, they are flexible, they're built really well, and they will stand the test of time. Now, you can also plan ahead and build your retirement home. Now, you can call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out and tell them what you're thinking, and they're going to give you an estimate right over the phone. 615-622-5992 for Stoltzco. This is a great company. 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook or at their website. Check them out, Stoltzco, Stoltzco.com.
You can video stream all your favorite SuperTalk 99.7 WTN shows on SuperTalk TV.
Even Chris Hand, because we had to have at least one good-looking host. Live on YouTube, Facebook, X, or Twitch. It's SuperTalk TV on 99.7 WTN.
Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today.
.858, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. The Daily Dan poll, really interesting. This is the first time it has been basically 50 to 50-50.
It's 50-50.
Yes, no.
What's the poll today?
The question was, go to YouTube, like us, and subscribe. Take the Daily Dan poll. The poll was, and I played the audio earlier, Donald Trump essentially saying that he wanted to strike a deal with Iran. And so I believe that is negotiating with terrorists. I don't believe that they may or may not get a nuclear weapon, but if we end up negotiating with them, then we make their economy stronger and they'll have all that money to fund terrorism. So the Daily Dan poll was, do you agree with Donald Trump negotiating with Iran? And young Jeff tells us that it is literally 50-50?
Yeah, dead tie for the first time in Daily Dan poll history.
Okay, we have an actual tie. You know what? It's going to stay up for another 30 seconds. Go be the tie-breaking vote. And we'll let you know how it ends up tomorrow.
All this money for regime change from USAID, and they never get rid of the worst regimes. You notice that?
That's a great point. That's a great point. More great points with Chris Hand is coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.